Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. This beautiful Sunday afternoon, we are in virtual Germany for the first time in V8SCOPS at the Hockenheim ring for round 7 of the 2025 season. Got split 2 and split 1 action ready to go for you all here over the next 3 and a bit hours, maybe a little more. We'll see how things go. Live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick, it's me, Reese Gardner. David Haynes is alongside me in the commentary box. Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes. Well, David, we're finally at Hockenheim, a round that I've been looking forward to since the very start of the season. A track we have never raced on before, but certainly carries some excellent racing pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some historic stands. There's some new additions. The Mercedes-Benz stand. There's the configuration that feels recent to me, but it's more than 20 years old, I'm pretty sure, as we zoom in on it, in between sort of Stuttgart and Frankfurt, in a very populated region of Germany. A lot of people live within just a couple of hours drive of here, so it can attract big crowds. And turn 6 can attract some big sends. It's a massive braking zone at that tight turn 6 hairpin, the Spitzkehre. You've got the old parts of the racetrack as well, and the Tribune, the grandstands that watch over them. There's a few good overtaking opportunities and some places where you can battle side by side for a couple of corners. We often see that from turn 6 through to about turn 10.
Yeah, certainly do. Saw plenty of it in split in the V8 support category on Friday night. And a lot of big moves happening in the stadium section as well. One thing's for sure, drivers love to use the curbs around here, and you do need to use them to be fast, but particularly on the apex of turn 1 and also at the apex of turn 2, there's anti-cut curbs. Also at turn 8 that can really unsettle your car and ruin your event if you hit them in exactly the wrong way. Well, get ready to go for the split 2 action here tonight. And things are looking good for the Kiwi Sim Racing number 51 and Matthew Pluck. He currently tops the practice session. Of course, split 2, the grid being set by pre-qualifying times. So it's only a practice session that they'll be going for here today. And it's a single sprint race of 20 laps in length. Nice and simple. Dry for the moment, but there's a chance that rain will come later on in the night.
Yeah, eyes peeled on the weather as we look to go racing across both of the splits for sure. How it is right now is pretty warm. In fact, I'd say that looks like a nice day. 2:35 in the afternoon, 26 in the air, partly cloudy. Just a little bit of breeze coming from the northeast. It's going to be a headwind breaking into the turn 6 hairpin.
Yeah, which means there won't be as much straight line speed when you're on your own, and it might mean that the slipstream is a little more effective on the way up to turn 6. We're looking on this static shot at the entry to the stadium section at the moment, a fast right-hander that narrows up substantially on the way through. That whole stadium section, the last part of the racetrack, was actually built in the mid-1960s, and it's stayed pretty much the same ever since. It is notably more narrow than the rest of the circuit, so drivers will have to be careful when trying to make moves through there.
Yeah, you saw it on the track map. You can tell it that you here past the Porsche Experience Centre, make the turn into the 1960s section. It narrows up. You've got that nasty curb and gravel on the outside there. Tough braking zone here. Although the corner's a little bit banked to carry you around, there's not a whole lot of grip, and it is pretty narrow, constantly turning. Nico Hülkenberg, his earliest chance at a podium was dashed here in the final 2 corners, not finding much grip in the wet out where the drag strip is there. Matthew Pluck finding where the pit entry is, a long pit entry before you hit that line there where the pit lane speed limit itself actually starts.
Yeah, and when you're coming off the racetrack, there's also a lot of potential for your race to be ruined too. If you decide to take a pit stop, you need to make sure that you don't hit that area of green painted concrete and asphalt where the pit lane diverges from the racetrack. If you run across that, that will count as an unsafe pit entry, and you will get a substantial penalty when you come into the pit lane. So keep an eye out for that too. Trent Bennett, part of the Misfits racing team here in the Mustang, showing how you can ride the curbs around here. But notably, the exit of that arena section, as he just demonstrated, requires a lot of power, and it's very easy to lose the rear out of there. It's you're accelerating as you're turning, you're trying your best to keep the car stable. Another place here at the exit of turn 1, the curb can be quite brutal, not just on the inside, but on the exit as well.
Yeah, the way that the circuit's been put together, revised at various different times over the years, there is different character, different track width to every little piece of the racetrack, from turn 1 around to turn 4, this long parabolica, and then, of course, this turn 6, a new addition. Hello to all the fans on the left there, standing on a sand dune by the looks of things, but what a braking zone that is from peak speed. The hands cross each other over at 50 k's an hour, and then you're looking to power out.
Yeah, it's a crazy tight hairpin, and it's going to be the prime overtaking spot on the circuit. And we saw plenty of incidents in split 2 where drivers went for a move or were struggling to sort of consolidate their line on the way in, and it resulted in contact. I'm wondering how much of that we're going to see tonight, both in split 2 and in the main game. And as we keep an eye on Kevin Norman here, bringing the Rapid Theft Mustang round to the stadium curve, this hairpin here is actually banked. And I remember watching some real-life DTM races many years back, and for them, the outside line was faster. That's the way that they went around the corner. So there's a lot of potential for defending a move into that hairpin, but you got to try and keep yourself ahead through those final few corners for the run up to the start-finish line, and then into turn 1 once more. Bounce off that anti-cut curb. Be careful not to go beyond that white line there that runs across the green area. That is where the off-track 1X kicks in.
Yeah, 25 incident points available for the coming race for Split 2 here. And so you can get up to 25, but after that you're getting a drive-through penalty, and then every 10 incident points after that a drive-through penalty. So you're not going to need to tiptoe, but absolutely we see sometimes drivers just they rack them up, and then you get towards the end of the race and they're going, gee, I kind of wish I'd saved a couple more towards the end of the race. So something to be careful with, that across a 20-lap race you can afford one per lap, really.
Yeah, that's basically it. And a lot of corners around here are very easy to get those off tracks. But as you can see, we do have a compulsory pit stop in this 20-lap race. So my earlier remarks about pit entry and the potential for a penalty there still hold very true. It's going to be difficult for the drivers to negotiate that, because as you're coming through the penultimate corner, you want to try and gear up for a pit stop. If you're in a pack, you're going to have to slow down on the racing line in order to actually get into the pits without triggering that penalty for cutting the green concrete area. So if you're running behind someone and they're gearing up to pit, you need to be prepared to take avoiding action.
Yeah, wits about you if you're racing close quarters and you're around the compulsory pit stop window, and just keeping an eye on what the driver in front of you might do. Would you like some Provisional 0 weight 20 facts?
I know that the giant bottle of motor oil on top of the pit building is your favorite feature of this racetrack, so fire away. We got 3.5 minutes to kill.
Well, it's a 0 weight 20 bottle on top of the pit lane. And so the density at 20 degrees Celsius, as measured by the ISO standard, is 839 kilograms per cubic meter. The viscosity at 40 degrees Celsius, as measured by the German Institute for Standardization, is 44.3 cubic millimeters per second. And the color, as measured by eyeballs of the oil, is brown.
Okay.
So those are the three, literally, according to the official website, those are the three standards by which the oil is measured. The international standard, the German Institute for Standardization, and the eyeball. The only measurement is the color that has not to an international specification, but eyeballs. Germans and their engineering, you don't think of them as eyeballing it, but that's one quality that they're just eyeballing at the factory. Is the motor oil brown? Yep. Well, it's good to ship.
Well, consciousness is but a filter through which we observe the universe, and if we all agree that it's brown, then it's brown. Lovely, majestic shot of that bottle of oil atop the pit building. Well, 2 more minutes remaining here in the session, and this run through the Parabolica is incredibly important. You've got to nail the exit of turns 2 and 3 to get it done, and that's another part of the circuit where you run too far over the curb, you catch some gravel on the inside of the corner, you will spin. Jared Lamprey demonstrating what it's like to run just a little bit too deep at the Spitzkehrer hairpin. The Circulators Inc. by DPR Camaro, though, doing a time good enough for 17th in the session. We've had those times tipped down quite a bit. Matthew Pluck is still in 3rd place, but Sean Evans and Ryan Mueller putting faster laps down while we've been nattering away. And at the moment, pace looking like low 143s is the way to go. Whether or not we're going to see the same from Split 1 with the threat of rain remains to be seen.
Yeah, and how much of your pace do you want to give away right now? Jared Lamprey finding that the curbs are all different shapes and different heights at different parts of the racetrack here, and that one actually looked a little bit tough. Now, I think his right foot had him sideways, and then the curb helped him round. But you've also got some red anti-cut sausage curbs in places like the apex of turn 1 and underneath the east grandstand at turn 8.
Yeah, lots of difficult curbs around here. They're nice and flat in the first part of the racetrack, and in the run down here to this big Mercedes-Benz grandstand. Always difficult to nail. You see just how raised the curb on the inside is there. That's turn 7 that we're looking at the moment. A small bit of elevation change as you make your way down to the grandstand. Officially, the track doesn't really have any elevation change to speak of, but it's very subtle and it can make a difference.
Yeah, the elevation change off the backside of the curb at turn 11 is a big one. You get a little bit wide, and then it sucks you out further wider through the gravel and the grass, and you've seen it can be very difficult to get the car back under control after that. Barney's in control of the checkered flag on the practice session, which means we're about to head to the grid for split 2.
We are indeed 20 laps ahead of us with a compulsory pit stop. Sean Evans is on pole position for Evolution Racing Team, with Matthew Pluck joining him on the front row for KSR Speed Nation. Trent Bennett and Kevin Norman are your second row, with Stephen Banks putting his car in P5, starting alongside Andrew Dutch, a Mustang and a Camaro sharing the third row there. In 7th place, Mark Poynton. Got Tim Nicol for company as well, 2 V8 Vets competitors on row 4, and the top 10 rounded out by Jeff Thomas and Ryan Nielsen.
Behind them on the next row, Daniel Hall starts 11th, Ricky Durham in 12th. Lockhart Brownlee 13th on the grid, with Stacey Boyd 14th. Stephen Tonkin 15th, and Dane Northdurft in 16th. Justin Wallace in 17th place, and Andrew Ritchie in 18th. Blake Urquhart will start from 19th, and Ryan Mueller will start from 20th.
Just a few more cars to go. Robbie Bradbury for Pacific Esports Racing joins Jared Lamprey on row 11. And then Peter Pavlovich for Pacific Esports Racing as well, alongside Roy Clark and the Banter Alliance Racing Mustang. Steve Vella and Reg James, 25th and 26th. And we have Florian Apazella making his first race here at apparently his home track. Florian from Germany, and rounding out our 27 cars yet to start the field. Dan Stevens is your safety car driver. Dan Yeaman is your race director and race control. So let's see how much work he'll have to do over the course of this 20-lap race. Nice, simple format, but as we saw on Friday night, short races tend to bring out some interesting action here at Hockenheim. And a couple of drivers on this grid have some form to back up from Friday night. Lockhart Brownlee in particular, winning the 2019 class of Legacy V8 Supercar in the V8 support category. He has been quite fast here at Hockenheim. We'll see if that pace carries through to the Gen 3 Camaro, as we have 30 seconds remaining. I've just been informed by Mr. Yeaman that he is just a race control team member now. Simon Mazzomo has ousted him from the race director's seat. So let's see then what Mez will bring to this particular round. There's the seconds tick down. Short run to turn 1, but it is open and fast. Very sharp first corner here at the Hockenheim ring. So here goes. Waiting for that green flag to be raised as Barney calls the green flag. Now the revs begin to rise, and we'll see who gets the best run off the start finish here. Hockenheim Ring Split 2 is go, and man, that is an excellent launch from Matthew Pluck as we had one car stopped on the grid. Kevin Norman manages to get going, and everyone avoids getting into it. But leading the way out of turn 1 is Matthew Pluck, and by a country mile. Contact in the midfield, Trent Bennett moving up to second place. Our pole sitter Sean Evans falling back to third, side by side between Mark Poynton and Stephen Banks. Poynton gets the run out of turn 2 and consolidates fourth as Ryan Nielsen and Andrew Dutch side by side on the exit there. Now the slipstream comes into effect, and we'll come down to the braking zone of turn 6 for the first time.
Well, it was lights out, and Kevin Norman didn't go. Ricky Durham has a black flag. Whoa, and there's more.
Oh!
The Spitzkerer, massive.
Whoa! I've never seen that kind of incident before. Trent Bennett goes tumbling out of the limits of the racetrack as everyone struggles to find their way through turn 6 there.
Could be a safety car here. I don't think that car's going anywhere.
No, certainly not. Heavy contact with the wall for Trent Bennett. Question is he close enough to a wall opening to allow race control to keep the race green and allow him to tow back to pit lane? Lockout Brownlee, Andrew Dutch and Kevin Norman are falling down the order. They've fallen way down. Safety car has been called. There's been chaos elsewhere in the field that we haven't been able to catch yet. But man, what a bizarre incident for Trent Bennett.
Well, easily 20 things to talk about in just that first half of the lap. I think it starts with Kevin Norman, 5th on the grid or so, just not getting away. I think that might have been 4th on the grid. And he did get a little bit of contact from behind. We take a look at the replay. Rear locking. Going into the Spitzkerer for Bennett.
The engine blew as well. He was a bit too keen on the downshifts there, and it blew the engine, unfortunately. So that's why Trent Bennett wasn't going anywhere. Here's what happened to Brownlee. So up behind Justin Wallace, and bit of a tap of the brakes from Wallace coming through turn 7. Car rejoining ahead. Brownlee decides he wants to try and find a way through here, but there were 2 cars going side by side ahead of him, and he just got involved with that. The Rapid Theft Mustang has nowhere to go on the inside as everyone slips by, and that's all she wrote in terms of that incident.
Yeah, so we're going around to catch the safety car, the BMW M2 CS. Dan Stevens has got that one. Pit window delayed because we didn't get the first lap completed before safety car was called. And the other thing we didn't really pick up, but Ricky Durham's been done for... So he's in neutral, revving it. Then he pulls first gear, and I think he creeps just... And he creeps there. Yeah.
Yeah, not ideal there for Durham. And by that point, he had already, unfortunately, gotten the penalty, and he got a big surprise getting up to speed there as we had the Mustang, unfortunately, not go anywhere there on the initial race start. This is the view back from there, and, I think well done to everybody for avoiding this unfortunate lack of a getaway. That's a little bit of contact, but it certainly could have been worse. It's a nice wide grid here at the Hockenheim ring, but it would have been stressful.
So it's like he dropped the clutch, it stalled, then he got hit from behind, and that bump started him going.
Looked like it. So a bit of a blessing in disguise, maybe, but still tiny bit of damage. We're going to get one more replay here of Blake Urquhart, who got an absolute lightning getaway, but everyone was fanning out ahead of him, and he didn't have many places to go. Okay. So he ended up just sandwiched in between a few cars. I think that was Brownlee trying to get past him there on the outside. And we'll see how that goes going forward, because we're about to get a restart going, David.
Yeah, so no one's pitted with this safety car. Even though the compulsory pit stop window was still closed, you could have maybe added a little bit of fuel, new tyres or something. But no one has, so we go racing again as if it's basically a rolling restart to this race, and the strategy remains open for absolutely everybody, with Matthew Pluck in the best position.
Yeah, leads out of turn 1. Sean Evans getting back into second place just before the safety car came out, and he'll hold off Mark Poynton for now. Pay no attention to those fastest laps popping up for the meantime. No one's gotten a full racing lap in yet. Through turn 2 we come, and we'll find our way through to turn 6 again. Matthew Pluck now has Sean Evans breathing down his neck but no chance of a move from that far back. You got to get on the brakes so early for this hairpin. An attempted move for third place. Poynton gets up the inside of Daniel Hall. Actually, no, it's Hall getting up the inside of Poynton. And running wide is the 82 machine of Stephen Tonkin. That causes a bit of a kerfuffle further back. The battle between Hall and Poynton still ongoing. Now Hall's on the defensive, and he's slowing up Poynton, which brings Banks, Thomas, Nielsen, Nickel and company right into the fold again.
What an opening lap or so from Daniel Hall. He started 11th on the grid. He's just made that pass for third position, so he's got freaky pace. Where on earth has all of that come from, and how did he cut his way through the traffic and the congestion and the spinners to end up in third place, reminding you that our top three from Split 2 get the promotion and the call up to top Split as well. So that'll be hotly contested here.
Yeah, absolutely will. Well, we'll see that there's an incident under review from race control for contact under safety car between the 927 and the 35. Now, that's Ritchie and Bradbury that made contact under safety car, apparently. So, see what race control decides from that. But our top two are skipping away, and Sean Evans starting to look up the inside of Matthew Pluck at every braking zone here. Meanwhile, Daniel Hall is the cork in the bottle at the moment. Mark Poynton, Stephen Banks, Jeff Thomas, they all want to move. Dane Nofduft and Ryan Mueller side by side there. Dane in the 420 as Mueller now sees an opportunity to get back onto the racing line through turn 5, the Parabolica, and Nofduft has to yield as he goes defensive.
Shifting in a 6th gear at 245 k's an hour, it's not a bad life, is it? But then there's a whole heap of downshifts to go and take in the braking zone into turn 6. I wonder if you didn't get that sort of bounce double downshift, accidental uncommanded downshift for Trent Bennett. Now I think about it, when you're reaching for so many at once, sometimes you can accidentally do it twice when you're going for once if you've got like a sticky spring in your paddles or your shifter.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Oh, hello. This is the frog-juiced car, Poynton, who's had a bit of a bad run out of the arena section, and now Jeff Thomas speeds away past Stephen Banks here on the racing line. The banked corner will allow you to carry some speed around the outside, but it looks like Ryan Nielsen's going to make himself part of this action in the green and black machine. This number 21 starting to look a bit racy here, tapping some Morse code on the back of Jeff Thomas as they find their way through the last couple of corners.
Yeah, it's so feisty here. Daniel Hall's able to pull away from that battle. There was a chance that Mark Poynton could be on the fight back for that podium, but you know, he gets away 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th coming through turn 1.
Stephen Banks, meanwhile, looks like there's some damage on the front right for him.
Might have gotten into the back of Poynton exiting the previous corner.
Must have. That's going to have a small but noticeable effect on straight line speed and aerodynamic efficiency. But it looks like he'll be under very little pressure from those behind him for the moment. Jeff Thomas still focusing on keeping Ryan Nielsen behind him. Here's the incident for Poynton. And, yeah, that's what I was talking about in warm-up. These cars have so much power, it's very easy to get wheel spin on the exit of that arena. And, well, you've got a whole straight between that and the stadium section to think about your errors.
Stephen Banks started in 5th. I don't think he would have been behind the stalled car, so it's come from something else.
Okay. So that's going to be a mystery for another time. Already seeing plenty of gravel being thrown onto the racetrack there. Hockenheim, very much an old school circuit in places, especially around this section. Just got gravel and grass lining the racetrack, so you put a wheel beyond it and it's going to make life difficult for everyone from that point on. And you can use the drag strip a little bit to get a good run through the last couple of turns, but you don't want to push that too far. Compulsory pit stop window is still open, but seems that everyone's looking for a bit more of an opportunity to consolidate their position before they try anything different on strategy. Bradbury and Brownlee, meanwhile, for 19th place. Lockhart on a recovery here is currently 7 positions down from where he started, was 8th, but he's found his way past Bradbury, parks it on the apex to stop Robbie from getting the run, and he'll be well into the top 20 now. Can Peter Pavlovich make any gains on his teammate Robbie Bradbury now that stymied run through turn 2 has happened? Ryan Mueller and Stacey Boyd trading spots for the last position in the top 10.
There's been a couple of drivers that have really picked up spots early goings in this race. So we pointed out Daniel Hall as one, but Justin Wallace is up 10 spots. Ryan Mueller here is up 10 spots, 20th on the grid to running 10th. Jared Lamprey up 9 as well. You look at the most positions gained bottom right of screen. Well, the top of that pile is Ryan Mueller with looking like he's got the pace to maybe add a couple more to that in the remainder of this race.
Yeah, solid pace from Mueller. He last lap ran 0.7 of a second faster than Justin Wallace up ahead. So there's a lot of potential for further gains from Ryan Mueller, because Wallace is right at the back of that pack that goes all the way from 9th up to 3rd, with Daniel Hall still leading the train as Sean Evans and Matthew Pluck continue to fight away for the lead of the race. Here is Wallace, got Tim Nicol up ahead of him. And you've got to try and pick your braking zone properly into turn 1. It's so easy to get understeer through there and so easy to run wide onto the runoff area, which you can do to an extent, but 1 millimeter of difference can be what defines an off-track 1X. Ricky Durham, meanwhile, suffered from that jump start, and he's on the recovery now. Roy Clark having to yield to him for 17th place. Oh, and it looks like things getting worse for Roy Clark there. Bit too much wheel spin, oversteer onto the most significant acceleration zone on this track. He won't be too happy with that.
Yeah, so Ricky Durham served his drive-through penalty, and then sort of the safety car was called, so he's actually been very lucky to not lose as much as he could have. It also shows that the pit lane transit time here at the Hockenheim ring at 80 k's an hour is just 13 seconds. So if you're any of the leaders and you make your stop early, you are going to be in so much traffic, because it's not going to put you, 40 seconds back on the road. It's only going to put you sort of 25 seconds back on the road, and you'll be right into the thick of all of the traffic. It's a short pit lane and a fast one here, so it's a quick drive-through penalty, but it'll also be a quick pit stop time.
Certainly will. Keep that in mind, not just for this race, but for split 1 coming later. Well, this battle for 3rd, it is broken up a little bit in places, but 3rd to 10th, and then 12th to 16th. Our two sort of sub-battles here as we focus on the 44 for the moment. Jeff Thomas, Ryan Nielsen up behind him. Both Thomas and Nielsen up 3 spots each, and they're still struggling to gain any time on Stephen Banks, who, along with Tim Nicol, still occupies the same position that he started in.
So this whole group catching up to Daniel Hall quite a bit on the last lap. His last lap was off pace of 45.2. Everyone for the next 10 positions behind him was quicker. The leaders were quicker. Pointing suddenly right back at Daniel Hall, just showing a tiny bit of nose in towards turn 6.
And a move from Tim Nicol. We saw Justin Wallace behind him earlier. It looks like he made the pass, but then Tim Nicol gets him right back at turn 6. So the fun continues for drivers at the back end of the top 10, and that exchange has separated them from the 5 cars ahead as Justin Wallace tries again to get past. That's just helping out Ryan Mueller, already up 10 places and looking at an extra 2 here. Oh, oversteer from Nicol. Gets crossed up over the curb. Is this the chance that Justin Wallace needs? Nicol has to yield there. Big move up the inside from Justin Wallace, and he's off over the curb as well. Ryan Mueller sees a chance as looks like Robbie Bradbury has been given a black flag for the contact under safety car with Andrew Ritchie.
couple of cars diving into pit lane now, so with 12 to go in this 20-lap race, we're reaching the midpoint of the race, and so it's pit window time for Mark Poynton, who comes in from 4th place. Jeff Thomas follows him in. Robbie Bradbury's obviously got a drive-through penalty to serve, but Tim Nicholls also going to get out of that pack and out of that traffic, and I think over the next 2 or 3 laps you'll probably see quite a bit more of the field. Hot track, so new tyres, undercut could be a way to go.
Yeah, look for gains from those drivers, which also include Lockhart Brownlee, who's jumped in for his stop. Get it out of the way early, try and undercut those ahead of you, and you can set yourself up for a good finish, especially with the pace that Brownlee can carry. Could be a contender for the top 10 on pace alone, but his first lap didn't quite go to plan, so he might have to think about a few positions lower than that. So Poynton comes out first of all the drivers coming into the lane, 10.9 seconds stop, and that's pretty consistent with just enough fuel to get to the end, plus some tyres. Do fuel and tyres at the same time in these cars, and also 2 tyres takes the same amount of time as all 4, about 10 seconds. So fairly easy job there. This is how Robbie Bradbury got this penalty. Yeah, looks like maybe a little bit of rush hour traffic on the Mitchell Freeway there. Caught out by Andrew Ritchie getting on the brakes. Says, oh dear, that's Daniel Hall that's gone off in the stadium section. Is he going to dive straight to pit lane to try and minimize the damage? No, he's going to keep going.
So we saw in practice one of the drivers have a bit of a swapper moment coming out of that hairpin and into the S's over the little crest, and I think that's what Dan Hall's done. He's also spun to the inside. Ryan Mueller, Stacey Boyd, Dane Northurft, a few others are going to come into pit lane. So this is how, just exiting, just gets it a bit lit up on the green turf, spins to the inside.
There's not as much grip on the curbs and the painted concrete or painted asphalt as there are on the tarmac, so makes sense that spin would happen. Ryan Mueller, meanwhile, we saw him come in just a few moments ago. Stacey Boyd follows him through. Dane Northurft also making his way through pit lane. A whole host of cars in the pits at the moment. Durham, Pavlovich, Reg James, Robbie Bradbury coming in for his scheduled pit stop after serving his black flag, and Steve Vella making his way out at the back of the field. So Daniel Hall, yeah.
Very similar to how the strategy played out for Split 2 at Montreal earlier in the season, where almost everyone's pit stop was 10 seconds. They were taking a new set of tyres and they only needed a little bit of fuel. And then there was just 1 or 2 drivers that went, well, hang on, I'm not obliged to take tyres. If I only take fuel, it might be only 6 or 7 seconds. So there's a couple of drivers staying out that if they run really deep, probably won't take tyres. But once you're committed to taking tyres, you want to bring that pit stop forward of the halfway point to maximise your fresh tyre usage and undercut.
Tim Nicol overshooting turn 6 there, almost cleaned up Ryan Mueller, but gets back onto the racetrack without much further incident. And Justin Wallace jumps into pit lane there, figuring there's not an easy way to get past Daniel Hall there, so might as well try and undercut him. Hall's going to have a big tyre disadvantage. That spin would have put some extra heat into those tyres. And you mentioned the benefit of only taking fuel in the pit stop. Well, Matthew Pluck and Sean Evans, they are 6 seconds ahead of Stephen Banks right now in that battle for the podium places. I'm wondering if they might chance just taking fuel only, because they clearly have the pace to hold on to the lead of the race. But how big is the advantage on fresh tyres? I think that's going to be the defining factor here.
Yeah, and how much traffic are you... how much time are you losing in traffic, I should say?
Yeah.
By then bringing that first pit stop forward and taking that new set of tyres. Off speed here. This is going to be wide.
Oh, yeah, that's another overshoot of turn 6. Very easy to do in these cars. You see the Lamprey has also got a bit of damage to his left rear as well from some earlier contact. Justin Wallace got back past Ryan Mueller without much fuss. Florian Apazella, who is one of a couple of drivers who have decided to jump in from the European region for this round at Hockenheim. I just saw Wallace going for a spin there almost. He has recovered it, but it was a bit of a scary moment. Florian, for now, still sticking it out there on the tyres he started the race on as our leaders are into the pit lane. Pluck and Evans come to their stop. Ryan Nielsen and Daniel Hall follow them in. Blake Urquhart will stay out. So will Stephen Banks. Jared Lamprey comes in as well. See if anyone else tries to follow him in. For the moment, it looks like Kevin Norman is going to stay out. But Mark Poynton, the first of the drivers to pit, is going to gain pretty big there. He is actually going to come out ahead of Evans. Sean Evans had a... How did he lose all that time? He lost a couple of extra seconds on Matthew Pluck. I think Evans missed his pit box.
Yeah, his pit box time is fine, but his pit lane time's a couple of extra seconds, and that just means might have just not gotten into the pit section right. Oh, yeah, he might have been just a little bit because Pluck was there. He's blindsided.
That's always a problem. You pit in with a bunch of cars, you are able to ghost through them once they're in the boxes, but hard to pick your breaking point when you can't actually see it. So that's changed the face of the battle for the lead. And oh, it's gotten worse for Sean Evans. Contact from Kevin Norman. And Jeff Thomas finds his way through. Immediate redress there from Kevin Norman, who, remember, is still on his race start tyres. So Evans will probably think that incident was a bit needless.
That was a hot one.
Certainly was indeed. I wonder when they're going to bring out the last dab for this night of racing. Well, Stephen Banks continues to lead the way. He and Blake Urquhart not coming into the lane yet. Kevin Norman. Ooh. Oh, that's going to be an unsafe entry there from Kevin Norman. He cut right across that patch of green asphalt. So he will satisfy the compulsory pit stop requirement, but there will be a black flag to his name from that.
I think he's okay, you know.
If you cut across that concrete, then you will get a penalty, I'm sure. But
there's no black flag yet. There's no black flag now.
That's interesting because he cut it in a big way. And
he sure did. What he also did was slow down very early before the cone, so he will have lost a little bit of time to that won't show on the lane time graphic because it was lost braking too early for the start of the pit lane speed limit. He's downhill around the outside of Ryan Mueller heading towards turn 6.
Nice move up the inside.
It's too wide, 2 lanes further back as well. Oh, and another group too wide. They're all going for it. Turn 6, it's Noah's Ark.
Certainly is. Lockhart Brownlee and Tim Nicol with a little bit of contact on the exit there. Jeff Thomas carrying some damage and a little bit late. You'll see here the pit entry. And yeah, that was very close to a multi-car incident there. I think he timed that just right. I am very surprised that he didn't get a black flag from that, because every other time we've seen a car cut across that bit of tarmac, they have gotten a penalty. Well, for now...
There are a few circuits where it's so strictly enforced, like the Red Bull Ring is one, for example. There's a few where it's a bit lax, like you can cross the line at Watkins Glen if you want, and iRacing won't give you a penalty.
Fair.
So circuit to circuit, it does vary.
It does, but I'm talking in reference to Friday night, because we saw a couple of cars go across that green asphalt and they got a black flag for an unsafe pit entry. So I'm surprised that isn't the case tonight.
Okay, touch the green concrete, but just don't touch the German flag.
Maybe. Well, Florian Apazella finally taking his stop, and it's a reasonable stop, 10.9 seconds, but I think his decision to run so long on the first stint has been a major disadvantage for him. Ryan Nielsen passing Jeff Thomas for 6th place, and in comes Justin Wallace to say hello. Got Daniel Hall up behind him. It doesn't look like Hall's going to be much of a factor in this, because there's a front row seat for Justin Wallace to a side-by-side fight into the Mercedes grandstand section, and Jeff Thomas again, he's having a lot of trouble pulling it up there. Justin Wallace going to try and get the both of them around the outside. What a move!
Yeah, brilliant. Thomas has a little bit of oversteer on the exit. Wallace goes through on the both of them. Just watch them battle each other. Saw Thomas sort of bomb down the inside, take Nielsen a little bit wide. He steps through the gap in between them. So it all starts here. There's a lot of rear locking from Nielsen on the way to the apex. Look at that. Drift towards the apex, wide of the apex, makes a bit of contact too. Not sure that's all okay, but yeah. Blake Urquhart comes in, only leaves a Stephen Banks that hasn't stopped yet. So I wonder what kind of service Urquhart goes for.
Yes, Matthew Pluck will continue in the effective lead of the race, and well, it's now around about 10 seconds and he pulls away, so it looks like a conventional stop. I don't think anyone's going to be going for a no tire strategy here. The track's 44 Celsius, has almost got cleaned up there. Did Justin Wallace. Ryan Nielsen going to lose 2, maybe 3 spots from that error. Big slide through turn 2. And Ryan Mueller up 11 places, will try his best to make it 12. Both he and Justin Wallace will now have the same amount of positions gained in this race.
Mueller's still carrying a slowdown from turn 1. Or was it turn 3? Still carrying a slowdown. Mueller's still carrying a slowdown, and now it clears itself as he parks at the apex. He's measured that one out before. He knows how quickly they clear. So Nielsen dropping back a few. Jeff Thomas gets a little bit of revenge maybe as he goes back up into 7th, but Justin Wallace making out like a bandit up into 5th place as Daniel Hall also went through on the battling group. 5 to go. Now Urquhart, I'm pretty confident took tyres. Stephen Banks is the only one we're still waiting for.
Yeah, this is a very long initial stint for Stephen Banks, and the pace difference is clear to see. A 1:45.1 for Stephen Banks. Matthew Pluck, meanwhile, going to be coming across the line in a few seconds, and you'll see that he takes a huge amount out of him. 1.71 second even over the course of the last couple of laps. So Banks should have to pit now just to keep the pace up. But I think the problem for him is he doesn't want to come out in too much traffic.
Yeah, it's the only driver I'm looking at going, don't take a set of tyres, just take 5 seconds of fuel. Has he blown them up?
Pop the engine! Oh! Big crash at the hairpin. No one else is going to be involved from that, but Stephen Banks' race is over.
The engine's gone, the yellow light's flashing. He broke it with the downshift. He broke it going nose first into the wall. Matthew Pluck's going to get the race lead back. Poynton's going to get 2nd. Sean Evans just behind him in 3rd. And the safety car has not yet been called if we're going to get one. So these boys are racing to stay inside this top 3. I think 2nd and 3rd, you don't actually gain that much from battling each other too hard as safety car gets called.
There we go. It should only be a quick safety car, though, because when Pluck crosses the line, it'll be 4 laps to go, and they don't want the race to finish under safety car. That wouldn't be good for the drivers, wouldn't be good for us up here in the comms box, wouldn't be good for you in the spectator stands. But there we go. The field neutralized for the moment, and we can take stock of what kind of gains and losses have been made for everyone throughout this field as we have another view of what happened to Stephen Banks. Just the downshift from, looks like maybe 5th to 4th there. Yeah, a bit too hard, popped the engine, and I think that sealed the deal there. Contact with the end of the barrier.
It's one way to lower the intake temperatures to the Ford engine, is knock the bonnet off. But yeah, we'll take a look. So watch the gear indicator.
Yeah, it was the downshift from 5th to 4th, and at that point there's no engine braking slowing the car down, so that destabilizes the rear, and you lock up the rear tires as well for good measure. So from that point it's just not controllable at all.
Particularly if blowing the engine means that it jams.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they could lock up the entire drivetrain. Remember, these cars have a locked differential, which means equal amount of power going to both rear wheels the whole time. So you have trouble locking up one rear tire, both of them are going to lock up because they are connected full time.
Safety car doing 60 kilometers an hour right now, which compared to the speed that they'd normally do on the Parabolica here is a crawl. Peak speed that I can see is sort of above 270 k's an hour. Well, they're going to go through that same part of the track at 60 right now, and then the field will get past where Stephen Banks' damaged car sits. It's been guys inside of sort of the top 3 positions that have done this. Gone for the downshifts too early, blown the motor braking into turn 6.
Yeah, I think if you're in those top positions, that's the view from Banks's rear wing there. Very forlorn view, it has to be said. If you're up the front, there's more pressure on you. You need to try and get as much pace as you can, and a big part of that is as safety car lights are off. We're going to be going green at the end of the lap. The downshifts in these cars are so important. These cars slow down the best when you're keeping those revs high and you're blipping the throttle very aggressively. But as we've seen, it is an almost elementary mistake to downshift too quickly or give it a bit too much throttle. These cars have a rev limit of 7,500 RPM. You go over that for too long and it's day done.
Yeah, and so consequently, they're not over-engineered to do much more than that.
But they'll try to push the limit as much as they can. Well, safety car pulls away from the field. And Matthew Pluck now has Mark Poynton for company. And the man he was battling with for the lead from the very start, Sean Evans in the black Mustang in third. Justin Wallace up 13 positions and could be a threat for the podium. Freshest tyres in the top 5 belong to Pluck, Evans and Daniel Hall. Justin Wallace, 7-lap-old tyres. Mark Poynton's tyres are 9 laps old. Only a few laps difference, but it could be a huge difference indeed. As safety car is in pit lane, Matthew Pluck revs up the engine coming out of the final corners, and we go green again with 3 laps to go at Hockenheim. Already Sean Evans on the attack there on Mark Poynton, trying to psych him out into the braking zone for turn 1. Smooth out on the exit, careful not to spin the wheels over the curb. And you get back started. Another look up the inside from Evans. He's going to draw alongside Poynton here. Is that too deep? No. He manages to hook up the apex, but that little bit of side-by-side there can bring Justin Wallace and Daniel Hall into the fray, and it's given Pluck some crucial breathing room.
So how hard do you want to fight over second and third? Because Justin Wallace and Daniel Hall, they get closer. Mark Poynton keeps on to his second place, and there's not too many laps left. Hall's going to take a look.
Up the inside of Wallace at the hairpin. Justin having to delay his turn in there. Gets on the power. Slight bit of wheel spin on the way out, but the outside line at slow corners can be good. Straighten up the car earlier, get on the power earlier, and more speed as a result. But he's under a lot of attack. Lock up from Sean Evans, and that's the chance that Justin Wallace and Daniel Hall need. At least Wallace is going to get through, but not without a bit of contact, and they're going to stay side by side on the way down to the arena. Sean Evans falls behind Wallace and Hall. Daniel Hall up the inside of Justin Wallace. Contact, and Wallace gets into the gravel trap. Tank slapper, and he falls outside of the top 5. His incredible run comes to an end, and now he has to fight for the scraps.
So Daniel Hall up into third position. Bit of a car park, or a big car park behind them. Coming out of the hairpin corner, still goes on inside of the top 10 here. Elbows out, just 2 laps to go. Matthew Pluck leading them, Mark Poynton in second, breaking clear and free of this battle, but the third position is the last transfer spot, if you will, towards split 1.
Yeah, Daniel Hall holding on to that one at the moment. Wallace now trying to get on the defense as Lockhart Brownlee has made his way back into the top 10 through all of these shenanigans. He looks for the move and has to get back to the racing line on the way into turn 2. Power on, but he can't quite get the line that he needs. That's a big slide from Brownlee. That's going to make him lose touch there. Man, this is just going off at the moment, this race. And the battle for third is still not over. We have Daniel Hall still keeping Sean Evans and now Ryan Nielsen behind him, as that's wide there. Contact, both of them sliding, and there goes Ryan Nielsen up to third.
Lockhart Brownlee's backwards there as well. There's going to be another car park at the hairpin. Ryan Nielsen squeaks through into the top 3 as Sean Evans made contact to the rear of Daniel Hall in the braking zone. Tim Nicol backwards and in a difficult position there as well. So much happening, so much energy released in these final couple of laps.
Looks like Andrew Ritchie and Blake Urquhart under investigation for an incident, which I believe might be the one we just saw at the hairpin. White flag is out for our leader, Matthew Pluck, but it's still not over for third. Ryan Nielsen up the inside of Daniel Hall. Contact on the exit of the stadium curve. And Hall will hold on just through the final couple of corners. Here comes Ryan Mueller, who we saw earlier is under investigation for a safety car procedure breach for weaving. So this result is still not entirely set in stone. Pluck and Poynton start the final lap. They are under no pressure from each other. Once again, it's third place where the battle's at.
Oh, touch there.
Oh, all right. Little touch as Lockhart Brownlee has been given a black flag from race control. Actually, no, that might be an incident limit black flag. Yeah, Brownlee was involved in that incident at the hairpin on the last lap, so he's unfortunately had his race ruined from that. The safety car breach for Ryan Mueller, on the other hand, has been withdrawn. It was an erroneous call from race control. Around goes Jeff Thomas and manages to keep it straight, but man, who is going to round out this top 5 in the end? Justin Wallace is back in the fold here, puts Sean Evans back to 7th place, and now Ryan Mueller sees that JTIT race on Oscamaro right up inside him there as Reg James spinning at the hairpin. Oh, Nielsen's gotten past Hall.
It's gone back and forth so many times for this third place. Dan Hall's had it, Nielsen's had it.
That was Durham who spun in the background there. Who's going to win the battle for third here? Oh, Evans is off. Goodness me, these last few laps have been crazy. But Matthew Pluck, up the front of the field, is going to come away with an emphatic victory. All of the drama happened behind him. All he had to do was keep it clean. And his efforts have paid off. He takes the win with Mark Poynton finishing in second. Ryan Nielsen is going to keep Daniel Hall behind him on the run up to the line. Not much in it there for the last spot on the podium, but Nielsen will transfer through to top split.
Oh my gosh, so this is how. Is this a mistake from Hall? It is. Oh, he's locked up and he's gone deep at 8. He wasn't under that much pressure, and it's a mistake he's made himself there. He had a couple of car lengths still clear in Nielsen. Went in deep. Nielsen's gone through into third. How do you like that? Thank you very much. And then Durham in the background there eats the wall. Evans runs off the track, and that's just the final lap.
Yeah, man, that's a real shame, and that's what happened to Sean Evans there. The 036er Ricky Durham looks like the front right might have come off from hitting the wall there. Another view of what happened to him. We saw this in the background live, but that's an incident that we've seen many times before. A little bit of oversteer turns into something worse, and the front end of that Camaro is destroyed.
Sometimes you bite the German sausage, and sometimes the German sausage bites you, is what it's looked like there as he's gotten to power. A bit of a slide. Outside rear tyre just gets up on top of the slippery curb. It unsettles him, and you're going for everything on the final lap. That's what we saw from everyone out of the final 3 or 4 laps. Just mayhem. But once you got away and clear from that battle for the final transfer spot, it was pretty serene sailing for Pluck and Poynton. It was third on back that was, blow your head off stuff. Insane what was going on there.
Yep, Nielsen gets that third place from Hall and a difference of barely half a tenth of a second between them there. Ryan Mueller rounding out the top 5 and is the hard charger with 15 positions gained. Justin Wallace and Stephen Tonkin rounding out your top 7. The top 10 completed by Jeff Thomas, Sean Evans and Dane Nothdurft, who had a pretty good race towards the end there.
Yeah, Jared Lamprey finishes 11th, Andrew Dutch 12th, Blake Urquhart 13th, Stacey Boyd 14th, Roy Clark in 15th, Kevin Norman in 16th, and then Florian Appenzeller in 17th, Peter Pavlovich 18th position, Robbie Bradbury 19th, and Andrew Ritchie in 20th.
21st, Reg James. Few positions gained there, with Steve Vella finishing 22nd. Tim Nicol could have been a top 10 for him. Unfortunately, 23rd is what he'll have to settle for after getting bashed about a bit. Ricky Durham and Lockhart Brownlee finish a lap down. Stephen Banks and Trent Bennett retiring. Unfortunate, especially for Banks, because he was in the lead when he had his erroneous downshift. It could have been a top 5 considering his pace in pre-qualifying. But that is going to round off the action for Split 2. And it seems that that's all we're going to have time for now. We're going to go on a quick break here on SimSpeed TV, but the night is far from over. Split 1 action coming up very soon.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Goldberg goes from 3rd to 1st in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, V8SCOPS 2025 Round 7 at the Hockenheim Ring, Baden-Württemberg. A fantastic Split 2 race just going off some minutes ago, and it set the stage very nicely for Split 1 action. We got 2 races on the cards here tonight. I'm bringing it to you live once again here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick is myself, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes. Well, we're moving into the phase of the night now where we start thinking about championship implications, David. And it's a pretty cool track at the moment here at Hockenheim. A fair amount of rain was projected, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any for the moment.
No, the forecast only going as high as about a 10% chance of rain, and a fair bit later on. So while it is going to be mostly cloudy and then overcast, it's not looking like we're going to get a whole lot of rain, and if we do get some, I don't think it'll be long or it'll be particularly heavy. So what we will have is different to Split 2's hot track temperatures. I think the track will remain a little bit cooler, but it'll remain dry and pretty grippy. You're looking at that 95% humidity. There is some low cloud as well, but the track temperature a little bit more workable and could actually continue to drop as we go on as well.
Certainly could. Well, a lot to think about in terms of weather, a lot to think about in terms of what is to come for tonight's action, and where we've been and where we're going. The drivers loading into the server for the moment. We've got group qualifying, 25 minutes on the cards for qualifying, and then we have a single race in this current server of 17 laps with no pit stop requirement, but the top 10 for the start will be inverted from qualifying. So you really want to be in 10th position at the end of the qualifying session. Race 2 is going to be 33 laps with a single compulsory pit stop and a fuel cap of 68%. Whoa, that was a big amount of thunder. I don't know if you guys heard that. Oh boy, it looks like the weather has come to me instead of the Hockenheim Ring, David.
Yeah, the Perthenheim Ring, Western Württemberg, something like that. Enough with the nonsense. It's serious business now for the top split of V8SCOPS in 2025. Jake Maloney leads the point standings from Madison down. Brady Myers. It has been at times a bit of a Trans-Tasman racing lockout up front, and they feature heavily inside of this top 10. Rehan Leonage is 4th in the points, ahead of Jake Burton and Josh Anderson. James Scott, the number 1 car, the defending champ, there in 7th, from Zach Rattray White, Emily Jones, and Jordan Ross, completing the top 10. But there are 6 TTR cars in the top 10.
Yeah, certainly are. It's been the Trans-Tasman show once again this year, but very competitive series, to say the least, here in V8SCOPS, and basically anyone can get a top 5 if things fall their way here in the top split. Going through the 20 minutes of practice, looking at Joshua Horton at the moment, driving for Vermilion Esports, who have shown up with a nice orange and black livery. And out behind them, coming out of the pits, we have Emily Jones and Kenneth Latter, who will strut their stuff around here in the warm-up session for a little bit. Jamie Dyke up ahead of them at the moment, setting some laps. The top time for the moment in practice belongs to the number 36 of Joshua Anderson, former Aussie Racing Cars champion, and looking for another run of great results. And yes, Jay, you are correct. That is rain in the background of my microphone. A big dump of rain just coming over me. So pray for my internet.
Yep, our Reese, who out in Perth, please stay online. So it's just practice now before they get into that qualifying, before they get into the first race. Rehan Leonage showing his pace, Josh Anderson showing his. Mark Poynton, one of the drivers from that podium, 2nd place in split 2, making his way into split 1. It's sort of, an out of the pan and into the oven. No, what's the
Frying
out of the
pan
frying
and
pan
fire.
and into the fire? Yes,
There you
I got there
go.
eventually. Yep. I just had to hear myself say it wrong to remember how it's supposed to be. But it's certainly going to be a big step up and commitment for everyone who's been promoted up to continue racing tonight.
Russell Pepperell, meanwhile, part of the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation crew, on the Zoom feed here today. And he'll be joined by his teammate Matthew Pluck, who won split 2. So looking for some good racing from the KSR machines. Always good to see them out there. And Pepperell at the moment, 12th in session, 43.0 in terms of lap time. That's about a second off the pace that Rayan Leonage has currently set. As we said, it's a lovely conditions, really, for the tyre temperature. The track is still around 30 Celsius, which is going to keep the tyres a bit toasty, but nice cool track temperature. It is overcast, it is foggy, there's barely any UV at all hitting the racetrack, so I think the tyre temperature will be a bit easier to manage.
So, where's Joshua Horton got that black flag in practice from? I mean, now's the time to test the track limits, the pit entry and the pit exit.
Might he have not served a slowdown? Not entirely sure. We are going to... It looks like he hasn't served a slowdown from what we're hearing. The session is going to advance in about 4 minutes' time to get back on schedule. So we won't be spending too much longer here in the practice session. The drivers need to get their final preparations in right now for the qualifying to come. And, well, I think they're going to be struggling for a bit of room out there on the track. It is group qualifying, but still, slipstream very important here at the Hockenheim ring. So you want to be within range of a car to get the straight line boost, and you don't want to be leading a pack of cars, I think. So may see some shenanigans in the qual session.
I do really love the way that we normally go qualifying in V8SCOPS, but we will not be group qualifying, I'm hearing. I think I just heard from race control, 25 minutes all in.
Yeah, righto. So we're going to be having quite a packed racetrack, to say the least. And because we are in a heat session, we are only doing one race in this server, but it is set up with 2 races in the one server. There is going to be a hard cut to the end of qualifying, so you'll have to cross the line to begin your final lap with about 1 minute and 45 seconds to go if you want to be safe.
It's going to be very interesting, potentially quite a crowded track, 4.5 kilometers of racetrack, and we have 33 drivers?
Roundabout. Yeah, 33. So try and fit them all around a single lap at the Hockenheim ring, with everyone needing a bit of space to maximize their times. It's I think there's going to be a few drivers who won't get the lap time in that they want. So we're counting down the seconds now. Officially, 6 minutes and 45 seconds remain in the practice session, but in about a minute's time, race control will be advancing the session to qualifying. It'll be a bit of a surprise for us, I think. So get your times in and get it going. Turns out qualifying was supposed to be 35 minutes in length, but seems there was an error in setting up the server, and so qualifying is only 25 minutes. So fairer to just go all in for qualifying according to race control. Madison Down, meanwhile, getting a time in practice and exactly a 1/10 of a second behind Zach Rattray White and only 1,000th faster than his teammate Joshua Anderson as Ryan Leonage goes back to the top just in time for the session to flick over. One thing's for sure, Leonage is looking pacey here. So is Jake Maloney, apparently, just going up to 3rd place. We're looking at mid to high 1 minute 41s for the best pace at the top of the field. The split 2 field in sunnier conditions with a warmer track, only able to manage sort of mid 43s at best. So great amount of lap time being gained here with the cooler conditions.
Yep. The track's certainly looking very quick in these conditions. 30 degrees Celsius, see which way that goes. It's 11:30 right now, but it'll get accelerated as we go through the sessions.
And there we go. Session advances. So quali time, 25 minutes. Beginning in just a few seconds' time. So practice results as follows here. Rayhan Leonage getting himself in the box seat for a potential pole position here. Rattray White for Eclipse Sim Sports, 2nd place. Then Maloney, Down and Anderson, the Trans-Tasman trio rounding out your top 5. Horton doing pretty well in the Vermilion 043 with Emily Jones and Kurt Stenberg, the next 2 Trans-Tasman racing cars in the top 10. Sapstead, always a factor in the top 10. He'll be happy with that performance, as will Jake O'Reilly from Vermilion Esports. It is qualifying time, though. The drivers touring around for their outlaps here. And looking at the weather, it seems still dry. We are going to be getting a bit of a higher chance of precipitation in the next half an hour or so, but whether or not it actually comes to anything remains to be seen. What's really important now is setting up your hot lap here. And we're on board with Rayhan Leonage as he tours around the circuit at quite a clip, it has to be said. I think if it was hotter conditions, they'd be touring around a little slower, but it's a pretty quick outlap here for Rayhan.
Yeah, and the first driver out on the track, I think you want to make the most of that. You're going to have a moderately clear track for the first lap. If you dawdle and someone passes you, then you've given up that advantage that you had by being the first driver out of the pit lane and onto the racetrack.
Yeah, well, the tyres are well up to temperature now, up to pressure as well. Try and be smooth and precise through the last couple of corners. Widen the entry into the last turn as much as you can. Get on the power as soon as you can. A little bit of oversteer for Rayhan Leonage as we come around for a lap at the Hockenheim ring. Pick the braking marker around about the start of the curb for turn 1. Get across the sausage curb at the apex and then run a little wide across the curb on the exit and you're through turn 1. Brake around 150 meters for turn 2. Hook up the apex and straighten the car out as soon as you can. That is a very clean exit from Leonage. Struggles a little with oversteer as he clattered over the curb at turn, what's officially classified as turn 4, but then bringing it up to VMAX here at the top of 6th gear. Just going to be touching 270 k's an hour before he slams on the anchors for the hairpin at Spitzkehre. And you saw how much lock he was putting on there, both in the real world and in the sim, nearly crossing his arms over. It's a super tight corner. Lift and a bit of brake through turn 7, then to turn 8 at the Mercedes grandstand. Careful not to hit that anti-cut curb on the inside. It really unsettles the car. It's all about gearing up the exit onto the straight here. Widen the entry as much as possible. Just follow the rear of the car. Make sure that you keep getting the traction And the short blast through into the stadium section is with you. Use as much curb as you can on the inside, as much curb as you can on the outside. That's how you go fast through there. And then an early turn in. The banking of this hairpin can launch you through the corner. And then the difficult turns 11 and 12. Bit of oversteer there for Rayhan as he tries to get the front end back under control for the last two corners. Just staying on the curb there between the last two turns. And that is a lap complete at Hockenheim for Lienage, and he's going to set a 141.610. That is, ultimately not going to count, I think. That little tour off track between the final couple of turns invalidated the lap, but that would have been provisional pole if it had been valid.
Yeah, Rattray White had a couple of purple sectors compared to him, though, and has gone up to the top. Jake Maloney had the purple final sector. Josh Anderson has got a purple middle sector and is coming around to complete his lap. We look at him crossing the line. Where he goes is to second place with that. Of course, it'll... The track will heat up with this many cars out there and running on it, but it will also rubber in a little bit, so... I think the track will continue to improve just fractionally. But there's two sort of opposite forces and opposite effects going on for it. Thomas Freeman knows pretty high on that Mustang, crosses the line for a 143.2. That I think doesn't even count. He might have had a little adventure somewhere. Either way, it would have been sort of 2 seconds off, and Mazzaroli also no time yet. Other drivers that crossed the line and their lap time didn't count. Troy Stone Street and Thomas Freeman, yeah.
Not ideal for them. And then, yeah, good point that you make about the front end being so high on that One Performance Racing Mustang, as Mazzaroli gets actually doesn't get the lap time in. That didn't count either. A lot of drivers struggling here with track limits. Matthew Pluck gets his first time on the board, and he rockets up to P19, does our split 2 winner. That's a 142.524. So he's really enjoying those conditions at the moment, but drivers have gotten their first runs done and coming back in for fresh tyres, Lienage being one of them. He needs to get back out there and get a banker on the board as soon as possible, because he needs to make good on that practice pace. If that lap had counted, it would have been faster than Rattray White, but only by a smidge.
So you've only got a couple of drivers that are off cycle and off strategy. Almost everyone else has done one flying lap and then an in lap, are putting new tyres on it. You can see how busy it is in pit lane. So the drivers not following that strategy, drivers like Emily Jones, drivers like James Chastanov here. Now's a great time to have your headlight flasher button mapped, I reckon, because there is a whole slew of cars on their out laps that will probably be trying to not carry too much pace now, trying to keep their tyre temperatures down, like you were suggesting out of the first one. Chastanov gets a slide across the curb, but you've just got to get a time right now, and then next lap worry about every single corner, every single braking zone, 100th of a second perfect.
Yeah, it's there's a practical advantage to getting a banker in. At least you have a time on the board, but also a psychological advantage as well, because then you have something to work from, a base that you can improve upon. So he's hoping that we'll see more drivers get their times in on this run. Emily Jones, a 10th up in Sector 1. And Sector 2, well, we're going to see it versus Shasti there. Faster, way faster. 2/10 doesn't seem like much, but in V8SCOPS, it is a country mile. So Emily brings it in to the final 2 corners here. See where she puts herself. The 098 rounding the final corner across the curb. Don't catch too much of the grass on the exit there. 142.0. That's good enough for P7. Very nicely done there from a driver who's one of the many Trans-Tasman cars in the top 10 here. Shasti, meanwhile, 142.5, down to 21st position for the moment. Only drivers that haven't set a time yet are Lienage, Freeman, Stone Street, and Mazzaroli.
So with everyone in an all-in qualifying, you see exactly how much traffic there is and why normally it's avoided. Sapstead is on a flying lap. Almost everyone here has just begun a fresh flying lap. So everyone who came out at the start of the session, then did a flying lap, then came in for a new set of tyres, is now back on a flying lap once again. So you've got heaps of cars in close proximity to each other, all going for hot laps. Looks like Leonage is tracking well to be inside of the top 15, just on the road ahead of Sapstead and going a couple of tenths quicker here and there. Cumulatively about 2 tenths quicker than the driver currently in 15th.
Leonage loses a bit of that advantage in Sector 2, but the lap is looking clean for the moment. Just got to be careful not to run too deep into the second last turn. Keep it within the white lines here. William Sapstead looks like he's done the same thing as well. Out of the final corner for Leonage, and we'll see if this lap ends up counting. 141.658. And that's going to put him up to provisional pole position. Sapstead, meanwhile, puts himself into P7. Jake Maloney makes an improvement behind, gets himself into third, ahead of Anderson. And Kurt Stenberg fell outside of 10th place for a few moments, but he got back past Jacob O'Reilly and Josh Horton to put himself back in that coveted 10th place. Remember, it is a top 10 invert for the start of the race. You qualify 10th, you've got pole position.
Looks like that sector graphic isn't cumulative. So Leonage was 1.5 tenths quicker in Sector 1, and then also 0.5 tenth quicker in Sector 2. So you add them together for 2 tenths, which is, I think, different to how the F1 graphics package works, but similar to how our sort of 3-lap comparison graphics package works. Just left with a few drivers with no qualifying time, Thomas Freeman and Jordan Mazzaroli. Freeman's coming around to complete another one. No, he's not. Just coming around to test the pit entry.
Looks like he is, and Russell Pepperell just putting in a time good enough for 10th place. Shuffles Kurt Stenberg out of that. Working well is the KSR Camaro. So Pepperell will be very happy with that one. Josh Anderson, meanwhile, dethroning Leonage from the very top of the standings. We're now down to a 41.615. That is 5 thousandths of a second slower than Leonage's initial lap that didn't count, because he went beyond the track limits in the last sector. Plenty more to come from this qualifying session. 14 minutes to go, and I think we're far from seeing the best these drivers have to offer.
So I'm pretty sure Mazzaroli preparing the tyres to begin a flying lap. A lot of drivers have just completed a flying lap and are on their in lap, as evidenced by drivers like that hitting the pit lane. But Mazzaroli and Emily Jones on the same strategy. So Mazzaroli's looking for a slipstream from the driver currently in 9th, and probably just looking for a time.
Yep, Mazzaroli brings it up into 5th gear there. These cars, and we talked about it quite a bit at the start of the season, big downforce cut from the Gen 2 regulations, so they're not as sensitive to dirty air as the previous gen cars are, but I think it's still a factor in high-speed corners like Turn 1 here. Mazzaroli, you saw, was a bit wide coming through Turn 2, so the Tulip Racing Camaro is probably not on for the best potential lap here, but he just needs to get one in.
Actually get a little bit more time in this format than you would have in the group qualifying. So sort of 25 minutes instead of 15, but then the flip side to that is a slightly more congested track out there. Honestly, with almost everyone on the same run plan, it doesn't look like it's been too bad, and even for these drivers that are 1-lap offset, like Jones and Mazzaroli, it's been okay-ish for them so far, or at least as good as you can expect and hope for. No PBs here, and dropped a couple of tenths in the first sector. You saw him run on a little bit wide at Turn 2, and then Emily Jones got better traction, pulled a couple of car lengths further away. But again, it doesn't matter what's the PB, it matters does it count, and it doesn't. Are you kidding me?
And Jordan Mazzaroli must be very frustrated by this set of circumstances. Well, it's a good opportunity to practice some pit entries for race 2 yet to come. And speaking of race 2, we should note a bit of a clarification as Down has a slight wiggle in the final sector. Big improvement for Chastenerf just then, up to 14th place. Well done from James. This qualifying session sets the grid for both races, but race 1 has the top 10 invert, race 2 does not. So at the moment, Josh Anderson has pole for race 2 and Russell Pepperell has pole for race 1. Keep an eye on...
Did you see how much Poynton just cut turn 1?
I was sort of looking, but not quite. It did seem like a bit of an odd line.
It's his in-lap after a flying lap, but it was...
Yeah, that would have been a slam dunk penalty for sure if it happened in the race. Let's get the slow-mo going. Whoa. Yeah, okay. So, definitely not within the white lines, but at least he didn't hit the anti-cut curb.
Yeah, we don't do that here. Germans have learned to respect boundaries since.
Yes, of course. We'll move quickly on from that. Josh Anderson holding on to provisional pole for race 2. And at the moment will be a 10th place start for race 1. Is there any sort of improvement he can make here? Because Ryan Lienage is starting to breathe down his neck. Lienage abandoning his current run. So he's going to come back out again very shortly. But Anderson looking for a bit more here.
Maloney goes to second, purple final sector. Jake Maloney's just found a little bit of time to put him within 300ths of Anderson's top time, and it was quicker through the sectors so far than Anderson's been. So I don't think Anderson is improving as much as he'd like, and he knows it.
Yeah, so he comes back into pit lane. There's more changes in the back end of the top 10 as Down gets into 4th place. We've still got Kurt Stenberg now rounding out your top 10, but there's been a raft of times that have come in there at the back end of the top 10. Matt Morris up into 11th.
A 1 minute 41.6 for the whole top 5.
Yeah, it looks like that's what I'm getting. This is super close up the front, covered by just under half a tenth of a second. This is crazy close.
Madison Down just came in with a good lap time. Zach Rattray White's last was only 100th of a second from improving, and 100th of a second will find you a lot of time inside, a lot of positions inside of the top 10 at the moment. So that is super close. And I think Anderson, Maloney, Lienage, Down, Rattray White are all a watch for that top of qualifying if they can just get the tyres in the right place, in the right track position in the final 8 minutes or so. Stenberg, no PB sectors here. Angus Lawford on some PB sectors. Thomas Freeman on some PB sectors. So you'll see the timing column still shift around. But yeah, you've got the top 5 just getting new tyres on and cycling around to have another run. Here's Lawford currently 27th. We're about to see his mid-sector here. It's that line just there. And he drops about half a second to his PB, so I worry he might have backed out of this.
This is an in-lap, I think. His current qualifying time is also showing up as the last time he set, so I think he's bringing it into the lane. Paul Young, meanwhile, comes into the pits, 17th. Still haven't seen lap times from Freeman or Mazzaroli, so got a lot to think about, but the sectors are apparently looking good for Thomas Freeman here. Just as we say that, he brings it into the pits again. Mazzaroli to the line, and a 142.2 finally gets a time on the board, good enough for 17th.
Well, maybe it was worth waiting for. That's not a bad time at all. It's not like he put in a really, really conservative banker to jump himself the one spot into 30th. He really gave it a good effort into 17th. Bo Albert at the turn 6 hairpin. He's 7th place. He's on his outlap. Anderson's just begun a new flying lap. Lienage is halfway around a flying lap. Emily Jones is halfway around a flying lap as well. We cut to her, currently 6th, looking for more time, but missed a 10th in the first sector. Again, the next timing line is before you flick past the Porsche Experience Center and into the stadium, just there. And it's missing another 10th, so this is 2 tenths down on an improvement right now.
Oh.
I think, evidence.
Yeah, a little bit crossed up over the curb there. Leonage, meanwhile, he's fallen to 3rd behind the 2 TTR cars of Anderson and Maloney. Is the Phoenix Racing Team Mustang going to have much more to give here? 141.69 on that lap for Leonage, so he's on the verge of making those improvements, but just needs to hook up all the sectors. All it's going to take is about 4 to 5 hundredths of a second, and he will solidly have that provisional pole. Chasteneuf makes another improvement up to 12th place, puts himself ahead of Pepperell and Horton in the process. Jamie Dyke looking to break a bit further into the top 25. A 42.49 is what he is chasing, and, well, he's going to improve on that by some margin. Stone Street, Loxton and Freer shuffle back in that. Ocean Colangelo up into 19th place as Brett Loxton goes 15th. We're having a raft of lap times coming in at the moment.
Yeah, interesting, because the track temperature has risen that just 1 or 2 degrees that you expect out of steady conditions, but lots of cars out there on the racing line lapping at speed and putting work and energy into it. So the track rubbers in a little bit, but it also heats up a little bit.
Yeah, plenty more pace in this track from what I can see.
I haven't seen a purple sector in a couple of laps, and Zach Rattray White's gone for a purple first sector. Madison Downs also on a flying lap, but 2 tenths slower in that first sector. Who's ahead of who on the racetrack? Rattray White's a tiny bit further up the road here, and that is a really, really good first sector, 22.2. The pole time, I think, was set with a 22.4.
Yeah, okay, so we could be looking at the pole lap right now. Got to wait for that Sector 2 time to come in, though. Rattray White's keeping it nice and smooth here. I haven't seen a hint of oversteer from him this entire lap so far. Super smooth, and basically looking like... he almost looks like he's underdriving the car. How did that second sector look?
Well, it was his personal best, so I think we're still tracking for pole here if it keeps tidy through the final parts. Big ask, of course, with all of the challenges presented by the banked hairpin, the change of direction over the crest, the high curbs, the double right-hander that you've just got to control your pace and your rotation through the middle. But I think this will be an improvement for Rattray White. Whether it can go to the top, don't know yet, but he's doing so well to just be smooth and fast and look for an improvement.
Across the line he'll come, and that's a 141.5. We are down below 141.6 for the first time tonight, and Rattray White takes provisional pole for race 2. Fantastic lap there from the number 17. The bar has just been set a little bit higher.
And all of the time in the first sector, so I think he's predominantly done a really good job breaking into turn 4. You've got to stay tight through 5 and 6 to get your run out onto the parabolica, and the end of the timing is at the end of the parabolica before the braking zone into turn 6. So to have a really quick first sector, I think it's all about that braking, turning, change of direction, acceleration out of 4, 5 and 6 that Zach Rattray White has simply nailed. And you know what, it was the sort of left-hander into a right-hander body roll change of direction stuff where his car looks really strong.
Yeah, it seems like the Eclipse team has been working hard on getting that car stabilized on the change of direction. It's always interesting seeing the different setup directions that teams go in. In particular, there's one point at the circuit that I've been focusing on with regards to the Trans-Tasman cars, and that is the third last corner of turn 12. It's the right-hander in the little S-bend after the banked hairpin. What I've noticed is a lot of drivers have been going wide of the curb at that corner to set up the run into the last 2 turns, but the Trans-Tasman cars have been gliding across the little sausage curve on the inside of it. So you never know, that might be one of the factors that helps them get to the top of the grid as they have been for a while. So keep an eye on that. For now, Paul Young looking to break into the top 20. You certainly got the pace to contend for that. There's the corner I'm talking about. And you saw that Young wasn't quite touching the anti-cut, sort of deep burnt orange curb there, and he decided probably best to gear up. Well, actually, he can't gear up. There's only a minute 36 left in the session, which means anyone who's on a lap right now, that's their final opportunity.
Bo Albert's up, Jacob O'Reilly is up, Scott Mackay has just completed a lap that was his best to go to 16th place. Billy Mole and Jamie Dyke, personal best first sectors. The track looks in a really good state right now, if I'm honest with you, so we'll see what everyone can bring together. Maloney dropped a 10th to his personal best first sector, remembering that it was a 22.2 that Zach Rattray-White managed, so there's your comparison to Maloney's 22.464. Albert, another PB middle sector. There's the comparison, Maloney to Albert. It's not much in between them, 3rd to 7th. So I think Albert will move ahead of 7th if it continues like this. Don't know if Maloney can improve on his 3rd.
Trans-Tasman always good at setting up the dampers on these cars. You saw there was barely any complaints from the Mustang as Jake Maloney went over the curbs there. Is this going to be the improvement that Maloney is looking for? 141.6 needs to beat, but it's not going to happen. Stenberg makes an improvement. Bo Albert and Jacob O'Reilly also putting in improvements as well. Albert up to 7th now, O'Reilly up to 9th. That puts William Sapstead in 10th place, which is pole for race 1. So I think William's going to be hoping that no one else makes an improvement from here on out and breaks into that top 10, because they'll be taking that pole away from him. Session is over, and Matthew Pluck just sneaks in another lap to get back into 19th place there. So
Thornton just went to 11th, fractionally outside of that top 10, which he would have loved.
Oh yeah, only 300ths or so between himself and Sapstead there. Man, this is going to be a really interesting race. Race 1 on the cards here, a 17-lap sprint with no compulsory pit stops, and William Sapstead, by virtue of qualifying 10th, has pole position. Jacob O'Reilly alongside him on the front row. Kurt Stenberg and Bo Albert will be your second row, with Emily Jones and Madison Down rounding out your top 6. In 7th, Rehan Leonage, who was the fastest man in practice. Jake Maloney going to join him on row 4. Josh Anderson and Zach Rattray-White round out your top 10. Flip them, and that's going to be your front row for race 2.
Not benefiting or being hindered by the invert outside of that top 10, Joshua Horton qualifies 11th, starts 11th alongside Matthew Morris in 12th. Behind them, the next rows, James Chastanoff and Russell Pepperell. Scott Gamble and Billy Mole will start from 15th and 16th for race 1. Scott Mackay in 17th and Brett Loxton in 18th. And then the next row, Matt Pluck, promoted from Split 2 into Split 1, qualifies 19th, starts alongside Tom Freer in 20th place.
Jordan Mazzaroli took him a while to get a lap in, but it was good enough for 21st. Starts alongside Ocean Colangelo, who is now racing for Evolution Racing Team. William Morgan and Ewan Baker are row 12, with Paul Young 25th alongside Jamie Dyke. Troy Stone Street is going to start alongside Angus Lawford to round out our top 28 cars, and the top 30 rounded out by Kenneth Latter and Jack Snov in the 910. Mark Poynton, who finished second in Split 2, 31st, alongside William Brown, last driver to set a qualifying time. Thomas Freeman, try as he might, just couldn't get a time in qualifying. So now things will start to build once again. William Sapstead, ever since he joined this series very recently, has shown shades of being able to fight for top 5s, and now thanks to this grid invert, he has his first pole position in V8SCOPS, and this is a big chance for him. Needs to nail the start in order to get that done, though, and these cars are notoriously difficult to get off the line efficiently. O'Reilly also looking for a good result for Vermilion Esports, and with Kurt Stenberg starting 3rd, the most experienced driver in V8SCOPS history. Unfortunately, Stenny's just dropped from the server, it seems. So I think
Well, I can tell that you and him aren't on the same power pole.
Yeah, indeed. We are both Perth boys, so yeah, unfortunate there for Stenny. Evidently the weather here is affecting him as well. That's a real shame. That could have been a great points opportunity for him, but we're going to have to turn our attention to the start here because revs are rising and Barney has raised the green flag. Sapstead on pole. And away they go. Nice start from Sapstead, but a terrible start from Bo Albert, who goes falling down the order. Rattray White makes it 3 wide with him and Josh Anderson. And they all get out of it okay out of turn 1, but that is a massive incident there. 3 wide for some of the top positions in this field. Down to turn 2 we come. They are 3 wide almost all the way down the field. One of the ERT cars going around, that's Scott Mackay, as Emily Jones has rocketed up to 2nd place. Jake O'Reilly and Rehan Leonage battling over 3rd. Mackay has gone off, and looks like plenty of cars littering the exit of turn 4. Jamie Dyke, Scott Mackay, Ewan Baker and Paul Young all affected there. Oh no! Jones has just been wiped out by O'Reilly!
Massive T-bone, big incident, both of them way off at Spitzkerker. Emily Jones is going to get going, but what about O'Reilly? Ewan Baker's got a meatball flag for the damage on his car. You see a few wounded and off-track drivers at the tail of the field working their way through. William Sapstead has been given a huge free kick, now leading by over a second. He was doing everything he could to defend that race lead, early goings. And yes, positions dropped from Bo Albert back into that 8th. More dramas around Ken Latter and deeper in the field.
Yeah, Latter and Freeman, it seems, both falling down the order there. And Thomas Freeman already has plenty of damage on his car. See Jamie Dyke as well with damage to his Mustang too. A chaotic first lap that turned into bumper cars quite a few occasions. We saw it was briefly 3 wide for 2nd coming out of the hairpin between Leonage, Maloney and Down, but they've sorted themselves out. Leonage putting on a great defense from that TTR duo to keep 2nd spot, and we are now into the 2nd lap of 17. William Sapstead's lead is starting to sap away a little bit. Problem for Billy Mole out of the final corner. Gets going cleanly, but evidently a spin in the last turn.
I think he might have gone wide and got a little bit of the painted concrete, a little bit of the dirt, and spun it around. So this is the race start. Just massive wheel spin from Bo Albert, like he clicked into gear at the wrong time or something. Didn't get a jump start, which is oh so critical. But then it causes this swamp, sort of 3 wide, 4 wide. Same thing happened in split 2. Someone got away poorly, and then when they did get going, they were 4 wide into turn 1, and the squeeze worked.
Ewan Baker, meanwhile, up the inside of Paul Young, and it looks like Jamie Dyke to his right-hand side. Angus Lawford just behind in the Project 36 car, and this is what... oh dear, that's what triggered everything there. Oh, that's massive. Baker and Young getting into the wall. And meanwhile, this is what happened to Emily Jones. Massive crash there as Jake O'Reilly missed the braking point and locked up, and Emily had to watch the entire field go by. And well, she's managed to work her way back up into 23rd. Meanwhile, the lead has been eliminated for William Sapstead. Rehan Leonage now only 3/10 behind and bringing Maloney down and Rattray White with him.
Leonage, Jake Maloney, Madison Down, all right back on the pace we would expect. Zach Rattray White kicks it a little bit sideways out of the final corner, exactly the sort of thing that got Billy Mole into trouble. But Rattray White, the fastest driver in qualifying, able to save it. He's using a bit of the track limits in 1, but we're going to soon see Sapstead get defensive and get defensive early. This is what he was already doing on lap 1, was just making himself tough to pass, gets to the inside, parks it at the apex, is going to make Leonage have to do some work. This is some of the work that we've seen happen already.
Kenneth Latter getting spun around in the arena section, and the ever unfortunate Thomas Freeman getting involved in that through no fault of his own. Up the inside for the hairpin, meanwhile, comes Rehan Leonage to take the race lead away from William Sapstead. And is Jake Maloney going to try and follow him through? He will. Sapstead struggling with oversteer at the hairpin. I saw that happen on lap 1 as well. He's fallen from 1st to 3rd in the space of just a few seconds. Now he's got a 3-time champion to race with in the form of Madison Down in the 77, who dives up the inside. Bit of contact. Rattray White could stand to gain quite a bit from this. He's going to slip up the inside of Sapstead as well. And William, seeing that, well, when you're racing against some of the top sim drivers in Australia and New Zealand, you got to be prepared for a little bit of contact. Rattray White not able to get passed down, but gaining a free spot regardless.
When you bet on defending that hard and it doesn't pull off, then you have to pay the debt, and that's how Sapstead's then dropped so quickly, because he's end up out of position. Rattray White just a tiny bit of nose to Madison down, and there's a cork in the bottle here through the midfield. They are so impatient.
Yeah, if there's one thing you can guarantee in V8SCOPS, it's that everyone's going to look for every gap they can. Albert could see a move here, but Josh Horton and Matt Morris are fighting each other right ahead of him. They make contact on the way into turn 1, and Horton recovers it, but Albert will get back past him into 7th. It's been a chaotic start to this race for Bo Albert, and I think he'll be happy that Horton's now involved with Chastanov, because it allows him to focus a bit further forward. Man, it's been non-stop here. We've barely had a moment to catch our breath. We are now 4 laps into this race, still going to have 13 to go when they cross the line next. Are there going to be any more moves up at the hairpin here? The 043 of Josh Horton trying to find a way through on Chastity, but it turns into a bit of a defense there as Scott Gamble going to try around the outside here. V8 Vets champion is Scotty Gamble, and he's certainly a super quick man, despite his advanced age compared to some of the competitors in this field who are as young as 14.
Bo Albert went for a move down the inside at Spitzkara early on, locked up, went wide. Matt Morris kept 6th place by crossing back over under, but yeah, that's the kind of move you've got to try, but it didn't work, and might have damaged the tyres a little bit for Albert. This is the race lead, Rayan Leonage in front of Jake Maloney.
Yeah, Leonage looking for a result or two here today. His early season form has traditionally been good in V8SCOPS, but he has struggled to really turn it into a proper run of form. And looking at the timing, it looks like Scott Gamble's had a problem. He's fallen down a bunch of positions, down to 20th place, and it looks like William Brown, teammate to Rayan Leonage, is going to get past him there. Is that Horton off? That's William Morgan off as well. Now it's Tom Freer. Tom Freer has gone off there. It looked like a Vermilion car with the shade of orange there. But some dramas in the stadium section for Scotty Gamble and the 543. Then race control's going to have a lot of work to do out of this one, I'd wager.
I'd say so. Going to go to the replay for Scott Gamble.
It's Josh Anderson trying to get up the inside of him here. And, it was only a little touch. And Anderson had to get on the anchors there, and I think that was Pepperell in the KSR Camaro who took advantage of all of that and moves through to the front of the pack. But the chaos just continued from there. That's majorly unlucky for Tom Freer. Didn't really do anything wrong in that specific moment, just a massive slide from the Pacific Esports Racing Camaro, who was struggling to keep it on the straight and narrow.
Kurt Stenberg has rejoined the race, or joined the race, 2 laps down, 1.5 laps down, give or take. So he's in the race. He's moved ahead of Ewan Baker, who had basically terminal damage from being pinched up against the wall on lap 1. So he's Stenberg 32nd place, but significantly behind, 3 minutes delayed. Matt Pluck is, I think, the driver that tried to go around Gamble and Anderson and got squeezed the wrong side of the curb, had a slowdown that he had to serve and has. And now we look at him in 15th with Mark Poynton just behind.
Similar situation to the end of Split 2 then.
Yeah, Split 2 boys back together, 15th and 16th. Actually not bad, all things considered.
Yeah, agreed. They did qualify a bit lower than that, but all of the chaos of the opening laps has fallen to their favour. William Morgan, the Pacific Esports Racing car in question there, I think he's the one that had that spin in the last few turns that we caught on the replay. So he's trying to get back past Scott Mackay and Ocean Colangelo. Meanwhile, Rattray White looking at a podium here. He is piling the pressure on Madison Down, one of the winningest drivers in the Australian touring cars on iRacing, full stop. He's been around a very long time, and he's got a lot to play for here. Scott Gamble, meanwhile, trying to make a recovery. Gets past William Brown at the hairpin. And Mazzaroli, Jones, Lawford and Freer all following suit there. Gamble has the luxury of choosing whatever line he wants into that arena section, and nails the exit as well. Incident under review from race control. Cars 269 and 127. One of them is Kenneth Latta in the 269, and Ocean Colangelo is the 127. So no further action on that one. It was reported, but race control investigated it and decided it was more of a racing incident than something that required a penalty.
This is Troy Stone Street with Pluck and Poynton just behind. So Pluck's been gaining here. Russell Pepperell in 13th, just ahead of them. Crossing the start-finish line, yeah. Pepperell and Stone Street both lost a bit of time in the 145's last lap, so Pluck and Poynton closed in by about a second. We'll see how powerful the slipstream can be on that fastest run towards turn 6 hairpin. Wind from the west, but not as strong as before, so that would actually be a tailwind here.
Got to say, though, in spite of Stone Street losing a bit of time to these two, he is having a great race right now. Touch wood. Don't want anything to happen to him. But he did start back in 27th place. He's moved his way up to 14th. Very impressive numbers from Troy Stone Street at the moment. But Mark Poynton has the most positions gained in the field at 15. And if something happens ahead, he's going to get a few more. Oh, dear. This is going off at the moment, just outside the top 20. Jordan Mazzaroli and Jack Snove have found each other's bumpers, and Angus Lawford just escaping the clutches of them for the moment.
Well, he bombed in pretty deep. He made a bit of contact as well. Angus Lawford missed the apex. I think might have helped Mazzaroli a little bit wide. So everyone's thrown a little bit of door and bumper to everyone else in and amongst this group, including in the background there where Scott Mackay bounces the wrong way of the curb. So everywhere you look, it's happening. We're not to the halfway point of the first race for these Split 1 guys tonight. Matt Morris heading to pit lane from 7th place. Look for Lawford down the inside there.
Oh yeah, oh, that's a big lockup. That's quite massive.
Mazzaroli cops it again. Copped it twice.
Yeah, a little bit of biffo on the exit. So Morris, the first driver to take a scheduled pit stop in this race. Actually, is it scheduled? No, there's no pit stop required for this race, so that's not ideal for Matt Morris. Potentially, he didn't start with the right amount of fuel. He did get some fresh tires, I think. So, interesting decision there from Matt Morris. Here's Josh Horton getting into turn 2 there, passing James Chastaneuf, and Chasty gives him a little bump on the exit as a slight repayment, but now there's another car in between them. Brett Loxton making a move at the hairpin. Loxton having a good race as well, as Russell Pepperell's had a problem. Looks like that's way too deep at the hairpin.
No motor.
Good. Oh, no motor. He's blown the engine. That's the first driver in Split 1 to do so.
I was waiting for the car to turn 180 so we could see that rear rain light. Was it flashing yellow? And it was, which means that the engine is stalled or the engine is broken, and it means that Russell Pepperell's got no power. Now, he's pulled a long way down the runoff, and he has tried to pull most of the way out of the way. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, it's just, it must be pulling the downshifts too early. Or can you give too much blip on the downshifts and do that as well?
I think you can.
Just miss blip it and over rev that way rather than just downshifting too early, downshifting with too much blip?
I'm sure you can. There's a couple of different ways the engine can blow there. Whatever way it was, Russell Pepperell requesting a tow from race control, and they might grant it to him considering that he's so far off the racetrack and they won't have to call a safety car, but we'll have to wait and see. 5-second penalty for car 966 of Matt Morris, and that was for not giving racing room on lap 1 with the 043 machine of Josh Horton. So Matt Morris getting a slap on the wrist from race control. And that's after he's already come into the pits. So he's going to finish even further down here, potentially behind Paul Young and Jamie Dyke, depending on how the gap changes from there. As it stands, Morris isn't going to lose any further positions from that penalty.
Fight on for the lead. Gives all the inclination of Jake Maloney, just the patient lion, you know, waiting for its exact perfect time to leap out from the grass and hunt the gazelle. I think Maloney might have fractionally more pace, but he's just not going to do anything rash or over the top right now. He's going to sit there and watch.
Scott Gamble again. Now with Emily Jones for company. Jones on the recovery after the bump on lap 1. It was more of a whack on lap 1 for Emily Jones, but she's going to have to pick her move properly here. It can be difficult to make a move in the final sector. If you're behind a car coming out of the final turn, you're basically behind until turn 2 at least, because turn 1 isn't exactly a passing opportunity. Nice smooth exit from Gamble though, so he'll hold strong for now.
Some drivers you don't see brake into the final corner, but you always see a little bit of brake light come on for Emily Jones, using the brake to rotate the car through the final corner. And Jacob O'Reilly, the drive through penalty for the hit on Emily Jones, we think.
Yes, O'Reilly getting a penalty from race control for the contact we saw on lap 1 with Emily Jones at this very corner. O'Reilly pulls it up this time, and everyone ahead of him is safe. Jones succeeds in getting past Scott Gamble. And it looks like that happened around about the sort of turn 2 area, potentially. Maloney versus Leonage, battle of the Mustangs in the lead. Madison Down, meanwhile, has put a gap between himself and Zach Rattray-White. So I don't think there's much to say about the battle for third, but depending on if Leonage ends up maintaining this pace, Down may have some trouble catching up to the both of these guys. At the moment, they're all running pretty consistent with each other, all in the 143.1s.
And that's another reason that Maloney can afford to be just a little bit patient right now. They're putting just a tiny bit of gap between themselves and Madison Down, themselves and Zach Rattray-White and everyone else that could, you know, be part of that leading battle. If Maloney just sits behind Leonage or Leonage puts down good pace, they'll pull away from the rest. And then in the final 2 or 3 laps, you can think about attacking. But putting himself into a better position so that the downside of making a move is less if you wait longer and pull further away from the field.
O'Reilly just came in there to serve his penalty, and he comes back out in 17th place behind Emily Jones. So looks like the penalty appropriately reset the order. Side by side behind, meanwhile, that's Lawford and Mazzaroli giving each other a good race out of turn 4. And Jack Snove and Kenneth Latter might stand a chance of getting a few extra spots from here. Slipstream Central through the Parabolica, almost going off the track there as Mazzaroli, as it's 3 wide coming into the hairpin. That's way too deep for Mazzaroli. Big lock up, and looked like the front left.
Well, smoke's coming from the engine.
Oh no, he blew it. Oh, that's going to be the next car that had a downshifting issue at the hairpin, but this time Mazzaroli has been able to keep it rolling, so I think if he can bring it back to the pits, we should be safe.
Yeah, really ambitious braking down the inside. He did get left 3/4 of a car width, did put his tyres on the grass to try to bomb down the inside there, but just under such pressure, he's made a mistake that we've seen many others and many good drivers make tonight. It's a mistake that a few have made, including from the lead of Split 2. 6 laps to go for your leading group, pulling further away from the chaos behind them.
Here's Jake O'Reilly in the blue Vermilion Esports car on board with Billy Mole looking ahead. This has turned into quite the fight for 16th place. And Billy we saw making a recovery from a spin out of the final corner in the early stages of the race. Could still be looking at a top 16 if everything goes his way. The lead is starting to get a bit closer here, and Leonage is really having to look at defensive lines now.
Yeah, absolutely. Battles everywhere through the field. For the race lead, Bo Albert versus Joshua Horton for 6th, Troy Stonestreet versus Pluck and Point, and then here, William Brown, Jacob O'Reilly, Tom Freer, Billy Mole. Freer's looking for the inside on Brown. Hope he breaks at the right marker this time.
Oh! Well done there for Tom Freer. Gets alongside O'Reilly on the exit, and here comes Billy Mole to have a look as well. 2 by 2 out of the hairpin. Jake O'Reilly falls to the front of the pack there. Good bit of racing. Look at that. That's deep from William Brown. That's too deep. And that will hit Tom Freer wide. And the redress is immediately done there. So Freer at least will be... I don't know if he'll be happier, but he won't be as cut up about it. Emily Jones now making up more places. That's for 13th, passing Matthew Pluck in the stadium section, and not much Plucky can do to arrest the momentum of the TTR Camaro. But Pluck is still having a great race at the moment, up to 14th, and he'll be happy for sure with how this night has gone. From the win in split 2 to a solid midfield as Josh Anderson into the pits for a black flag, and that is for the contact with Scott Gamble.
Yeah, it is. So Pluck gets another spot, and in fact, it's quite costly for Anderson. Has he parked it? Is he calling that? He's still got the black flag. Well, I think the race lead is going to get a bit spicier in these final 2 or 3 laps. Again, Maloney just sitting that car length back, following Leonage, and surely sort of 2 laps to go, you look to pounce. I think Maloney, he's giving me all the vibes of someone who's not going to pounce just yet, but is looking for it.
Replay here for Angus Lawford, another lock up at the hairpin. No, that's not at the hairpin. That's at turn 2, and that brought the 470 of Thomas Freeman alongside him. And there's tight racing all over the place here. Stonestreet and Jones fighting over 11th, with Leonage and Maloney continuing to fight over the lead. Jack Snov, meanwhile, having to take some avoiding action to stop himself from getting into the rear of Kenneth Latta. Another super deep run through the hairpin. 4 laps to go for our race leaders. Leonage and Maloney, 143.3s for the both of them, but Madison down faster than them by a bit over a 1/10 of a second. So the top 3 might start closing here.
Just check Josh Anderson's pit entry to see if he got an unsafe pit entry while he was going for the drive-through. And I think he might have, you know.
Maybe he just decided to call it a day for race 1. He still has
No, because
pole
he's
for
back on
race 2,
track
remember.
after a 1:24 stop.
Right, so that
From
was
what
a
should have just been
penalty.
a drive-through. Yeah, I think he sped on pit lane or got an unsafe pit entry while he was coming for the drive-through. The black flags have sort of, you know, multiplied rather than just added, and it's dropped him back to 29th.
So he's still going to have to serve the drive-through from that as well. That's,
No, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, transferred from a drive-through to a 1-minute stop and hold. But then would that not count as a drive-through if you stopped?
I think it thinks a drive-through as sort of like a 20-second penalty, and then the unsafe pit entry has been like a 40-second penalty, it normally is, and iRacing has just combined the 2 black flags into a 1:20 stop and hold. That's the best I can tell you at the moment.
But from race control's perspective, has he satisfied the drive-through requirement is my question.
Surely.
Yeah, so...
Because it'd only be a 40-second stop and hold. Otherwise, it's cost him a lap. It's cost him a 1:56.
It has, but in any other series, they would still have to enforce the drive-through after that because he technically didn't drive through the pits without stopping. So, we'll leave it in the hands of race control. And continue through to the end of this race. Leonage and Maloney losing time to Madison Down by about 3/10 a lap now. Down continuing to creep up in the background there, but Ran Leonage's eyes forward, maybe glancing down occasionally at whatever data he has away from the screen. No move from Maloney here, but surely he's gearing up for something there. It's looking good for Leonage and Maloney at the moment. Down still too far back to really be a factor in this lead fight, so they can continue to squabble amongst themselves. But you're right, David, you do get the feeling that Maloney's just biding his time here.
Closer than he's ever been. He's gone from being half a car length back through every corner to getting his nose underneath the rear wing in every corner to looking for a different line and traction out of these places, just showing the nose here. For sure, he just showed the nose coming into the stadium, and Leonage came half a car width across to cover it. I think we're on here, and Down has gotten closer. Leonage is defending it at every chance.
Yeah, things starting to ramp up in the tension here, coming into the final 2 laps of this race. See that the TTR car was a little bit more stable over the curb there in the 3rd last corner.
Leonage no brake lights through the final corner like Emily Jones has got. Keep an eye on that. Different ways to rotate the car through the final corner.
Yeah, could be potentially a bit less rebound on the rear end of the Phoenix Racing Team Mustang, just allowing more weight to shift off the rear of the car when you lift off, but slightly wide in turn 2. That does translate into a good exit through the Parabolica. Madison Down now taking 0.4 of a second out of Maloney, half a second out of Leonage. All it's going to take is another couple of laps of that, and he'll be right on them on the final lap of the race. That's very deep for Maloney. Almost gets right into the rear of Leonage. You can tell that Rayhan is maybe conserving something here. He doesn't seem to be going as hard on the brakes as Maloney is.
Some last thoughts before this all kicks off. Well done to William Sapstead. He's staying with Zach Rattray White in 4th and 5th position. So, you know, the invert gave him a nice pole position, nice bit of track position for this race. But his pace has absolutely settled him well and truly inside of the top 5. Well done so far in this race from Sapstead.
Yeah, agreed. I thought he'd fall down the order a bit further, considering he was getting past left, right and centre in the opening laps, but he's held on well. Here we go then. Gearing up for the white flag in race 1, round 7 of 2025 at the Hockenheim ring. It is Ran Leonage versus Jake Maloney for victory, with Madison Down continuing to take chunks of time out of them on every single lap. The gap is now down to about 0.6 of a second or so to Maloney. Slight wiggle from the TTR Mustang as they cross the line and take the white flag. 1 lap to go, 4.5 kilometers. Who gets the best run out of turn 1? For the moment, it looks like Leonage, but he's run wide in turn 2 on a couple of occasions. Maloney shows the nose, and he gets up the inside at turn 2, but Ran Leonage holds strong, keeps the lead. But now is the point where he really has to go defensive. He'll have to stick all the way to the right if he doesn't want Maloney to pass him here. But judge that against Madison Down, creeping up on them. 1 moment of side by side, and Down is right on the both of them. Leonage defending the lead. That makes sense. Has he gone too deep though? Maloney sneaks up the inside on the exit and gives him a bit of a tap on the exit as well. But Leonage keeps the lead.
Well, really, really close stuff. Need to have a look at that one to see who shoved who left room for who, but I think Leonage was pretty well fair. He was only half a car width wide of the apex at 6, so you really couldn't quite sneak down the inside there. Leonage braked so deep, but still made enough of the corner, I reckon. Now Maloney and Down have almost made a tiny bit of contact, and there's no good passing places left.
Into the final sector then. Rayhan Leonage has defended like an animal from Jake Maloney the entire time in this race. A few corners to go, and there's no easy passing opportunity here. It looks like he might have done just enough here. Line astern for the top 3 into the final corner. And Rehan Leonage puts the power down. He will take the first race win of the night here at the Hockenheim ring. Well done to young Rehan, with Maloney down, completing the podium. Rattray White and Sapstead round out your top 5. Bo Albert getting back into 6th place. A solid run from him. What about Scott Gamble here, chasing down Matthew Pluck for 11th? Solid run from these two, who have both had their issues. Emily Jones got past the both of them to round out the top 10, but brilliant job from our split 2 winner. Find his way just outside the top 10 there. Fighting going on further back. Ocean Colangelo almost got past Kenneth Latta, and Matt Morris having to settle for 21st place there. Slide across the line for William Morgan, and Thomas Freeman has those body panels just hanging off the car now. Rehan Leonage typing a message in Sim, I believe. But very happy chap there. Another win on the board in 2025.
Yeah, just half a second for all of your top 3. So close right at the end. Madison down, closing them in. The battle between Leonage and Maloney, where just lap by lap towards the end, Maloney was 10 millimeters closer. Leonage was, half a car length further across, defending them, and the stakes just got higher as the laps ticked down, and you saw the body language change until we got to that very, very final lap where Maloney was intent on having a go for the race win. Did well, I think, down the inside of turn 2 to just put Leonage on the back foot, but then misjudged it at 6, and Leonage kept the lead and takes the race win.
Just under 0.3 of a second in it between himself and Maloney, with down Rattray White and Sapstead, your top 5. Albert, Horton, Loxton, Chastaneuf and Jones round out your top 10. Then in 11th place, Matthew Pluck holding off Scott Gamble. Mark Poynton able to get into 13th place as well. So a good day to be a split 2 podium getter. Stone Street and O'Reilly round out your top 15, with Billy Mole, Tom Freer, William Brown, Kenneth Latta and Ocean Colangelo rounding out your top 20. Then we get into a good deal of drivers who would have hoped for something better from this one. Morris, Mackay, Jack Snov, Morgan, Freeman, Lawford, Young and Dyke, your final finishers on the lead lap. Anderson and Stenberg, despite their great qualifying performances, the race just didn't work out for them. And we have Jordan Mazzaroli, Ewan Baker and Russell Pepperell, your retirees from the event so far. But we still have one race to go here on SimSpeed TV for V8SCOPS at the Hockenheim ring. Race 2 going to be coming up very shortly.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Goldberg goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. You're also watching rain falling at the Hockenheim Ring for race 2 here at V8SCOPS round 7 of 2025. We had an incredible first race just a few moments ago, and yet more to come. Look at the weather radar. This is an insane amount of rain that's just been dumped onto the Hockenheim Ring. And so all the drivers have an extra challenge to negotiate here in the 33-lap race 2 yet to come, with a compulsory pit stop as well. So if this rain keeps falling, not much chance of a drying track. Might be wet tire only over the course of this entire 33-lap length. Rain only light, but the track is sopping wet. Reese Gardner and David Haynes with you in the comms box. Jay Kennedy producing behind the scenes. This is what we've been waiting for, David.
Yep. I've been waiting for the rain to fall. It's 67% track wetness. You saw a really heavy band just came through. Now it's lightly sprinkling, but it's just going to prevent the racetrack from drying too much over the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll definitely start on a very wet track and keep getting sprinkles of rain by the looks of things. But the heaviest band has already gone through. So it will be slightly mixed conditions, perhaps by the end of the race. Lots of industry around this area. So there's so many sponsored buildings. You saw the Saks building. You've got whatever the energy or company is for that one there. You've got the Porsche Driving Center here, the Mercedes-Benz Grandstand, and of course the 3-story tall bottle of Revenol 0 weight 20 oil.
Indeed. Oh man, I'm so hyped for this. All of those rooster tails being thrown up around the circuit. It's going to be a tough start for the drivers, but fortunately for drivers like Joshua Anderson, he had a torrid first race partially due to the grid invert. It was a top 10 reversal from qualifying for the grid of race 1, but Anderson, running the fastest time in qualifying, will have pole position for the second race of the night. On board with him here, man, he is having trouble with slowing it down in the midst of this rain that's continuing to fall. Still got 3 minutes to go to build up the hype for this one, and we only really got an opportunity back at Manicourt to see who was good in wet conditions in V8SCOPS. Now we finally have that other opportunity.
In a surprise to absolutely nobody, everyone is out on the wet tyres now, and there's a couple of key differences: the slick tyres versus the wet tyres in iRacing. Not only, are you looking at, you need something that bites through the puddles and grips a wet track, but there's also a difference of rolling resistance. The wet tyres have a lot more rolling resistance, so even if you get traction in the wet on a long straight, you don't reach the same straight line speeds that you do in the dry. There's just heaps more rolling resistance. So while they were reaching 275 k's an hour in the dry, everyone's doing about 255 before they have to brake into turn 6 in these conditions.
Yeah, you thought Hockenheim was a difficult track in the dry. Wait for some water to be thrown onto the tarmac. Geez, there is so much water on the racetrack at the moment, and they're trying their best to get some kind of dry line forming here as the rain's starting to calm down a little bit. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that for a long time. See the patches of deeper water all around the circuit. I mean, for those of you who aren't familiar with wet racing, basically avoid the big puddles. First off, Bo Albert going quickest in the practice session, look for him in the race, but you also have to stay off the curbs and the white lines. They will get extra slippery in these conditions too.
Yeah, and there's always this question of, like, is it so wet that you've got to go significantly off the regular racing line, or is it normal racing line but with more caution, braking earlier, not able to carry as much speed, more gentle with the throttle? And almost everyone I'm seeing is taking pretty close to the dry racing line. We're in this sort of middle wetness where you take the normal racing line for the shortest distance and the smoothest arcs, but then you need to back it off a little bit in pace-wise, and you need the wet tyres right now, absolutely. But it's not torrential or horrible. It's just a little tricky.
Yeah, in cars that are already quite tricky to drive full stop. Well,
like Jake Maloney in this warm-up puts down a 152, remembering that a good race lap in the dry was a 141, 142. So we're not 30 seconds away from dry pace right here. We are 11 seconds away from dry pace. So if it stopped raining now, you would be thinking about dry tyres by the end of a 33-lap race.
there is a possibility. We're about to find that out now. Checkered flag has flown in the 10-minute practice. And we can go through the grid for race 2. On top is going to be Zach Rattray White. So I did ultimately make a mistake there. Josh Anderson does not have pole position, but he is starting on the front row. Wouldn't be SimSpeed broadcast without a Gardner gaff. But second row, Jake Maloney and Rehan Leonage, our top two from race 1. Madison Down starting alongside Emily Jones to round out your top 6. Bo Albert continuing to have a good night here at Hockenheim. A 7th place start for him. Hopefully he can get the power down off the start this time. Kurt Stenberg joins him on row 4 with Jake O'Reilly and William Sapstead rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, we'll look deeper on the grid. I've got it too. 11th place was Joshua Horton, remembering he just missed out. And he starts alongside Matt Morris in 12th. see if we can scroll back to them. Yeah, there they are. Hello, Josh Horton and Matthew Morris, 11th and 12th on the grid. James Chastanoff in 13th, Russell Pepperell in 14th. This is as it was in the previous race once again, and as it was at the end of the qualifying session. Scott Gamble in 15th, Billy Mole in 16th, Scott Mackay and Brett Loxton in 17th and 18th. Loxton was actually a big mover in race 1. He finished 8th from 18th on the grid. He's got more laps to do similar. He's got Matthew Pluck and Tom Freer behind him.
21st position, Jordan Mazzaroli with Ocean Colangelo alongside. William Morgan and Ewan Baker are going to be your 12th row. Paul Young and Jamie Dyke, 25th and 26th. Troy Stone Street had a pretty good race 1. Starting back from 27th again, got Angus Lawford for company in the Project 36 Mustang. Kenneth Latter and Jack Snov round out your top 30. Then Mark Poynton, William Brown, and Thomas Freeman round out your 33 cars ready to take the start. So at the moment, there is a clear patch in the weather. There is no rain presently falling, but they will be coming back a little bit over the course of the first few laps. So keep an eye out for that.
Looking at the starting grid in a dry conditions, you'd normally say the drivers on the normal racing line have a bit of an advantage in a standing start. But when the track is wet, your drivers in the even-numbered grid stalls on the other side with Joshua Anderson might have a bit of an advantage. If the track's wet enough that there's not much grip on the rubbered-in racing line, there's more grip off it, Anderson, Leonage, Jones, the drivers starting 2nd, 4th and 6th could get a bit of a jump on this standing start. It could be roles reversed from a dry start.
Certainly could be. Wait for the time to tick down. Still 30 seconds remaining. Fire up the engines. Get ready for the start here. It's difficult enough to get these cars off the line in the dry. The wet is going to be an even greater challenge. But Zach Rattray-White has the clear run into the first turn. Let's see if he can get the power down and keep that lead from the Trans-Tasman drivers. The rain starts coming back down as we get ready to take the start here. Back into the rain, but it is going to disappear about 15 minutes into the race, I'd wager. Revs rise, get ready to go. V8SCOPS, round 7, race 2 is go. And a bit of a lurch off the line there from everybody, but Rattray-White gets the most consistent start of all. Anderson falling to 3rd. Jake Maloney will take him around the outside of the first turn. Emily Jones almost got into Rayhan Leonage there as everyone struggles to get the power down. Horton and O'Reilly falling down the order out of the first corner. Rattray-White holds the lead, and oh my God, that's big from Josh Anderson. He ends up going between his teammates there, and they almost get it 4 wide there through turn 2. That's Bo Albert and Rayhan Leonage making contact, and Kurt Stenberg finds a way through. They almost get 3 wide on the run down to the hairpin.
And it's going to be sketchy in these conditions. A massive braking zone. Morris out wide. Morris is way off the track. We're heading towards the braking zone with the leaders, Anderson and Rattray-White.
Oh! Okay. Also, see Matthew Pluck going very deep at the hairpin. Everyone's slowing down to a crawl through the slowest corner on the circuit. Rattray-White has been granted 1.8 seconds gap in the lead of the race. Emily Jones up to 3rd place. She is loving these wet conditions at the moment. Maloney, Leonage, Albert, Downs, Stenberg, Horton, and everyone down to the rear of the grid, all within a second of each other at the moment. No big gaps starting to form at present, but I'm sure it's going to start happening soon. Consistent start from Bo Albert. Madison down, not having the best first lap, down 2 positions. Look at how wide they have to run here through the banked hairpin. There's no grip down low.
I think a couple of drivers got forced onto the curb in the braking zone at turn 6. That's why you saw 3 or 4 just unable to slow down, shooting past the corner at 200 k's an hour, when in these conditions you've got to get down to 50. Bit of water puddled there at the final corner as well. It's just gently raining right now. If it stopped, the track will dry up, but at this level of rain, I think the track will stay wet. Zach Rattray-White from Anderson, from Emily Jones, 1 lap completed. Painted concrete, so slippery. Let's take a look at Matt Morris. That was one of the first ones. He was battling, might have been with Horton there. He started alongside Horton for sure. He gets out wide. Oh, he does it all himself.
nearly collected the cones there as well. Fortunately, expansive runoff areas at this modern FIA Grade 1 venue. So, bit of drama, but not race ending. Everyone who started is still running at present. Looks like, unfortunately, Billy Mole has had some drama. So is Loxton. Yeah, Loxton is just getting back up to speed now, but everyone flowing past him at the moment. Bo Albert and Madison down. Actually, Bo Albert and Kurt Stenberg side by side coming into turn 7. Stenny has the inside. Albert needs to give him some space there on the inside. Outside line usually with a bit more grip here, and he almost ran deep. Stenberg definitely does, and that's going to keep the exchange going between them for now. Gaps now starting to form. A top 4 breakaway of Rattray, White, Anderson, Jones and Maloney. This is William Sapstead and Brett Loxton through turn 4. And it looks like Sapstead was struggling to get the power down, forced Loxton onto the curb, and Billy Mole had nowhere to go.
Yeah, a couple of little hits send Loxton off the track, and there was no grip. Painted concrete and curbs there again. They're slippery, so slippery when the water gets on them. Rattray White's lead has dissolved a little bit, down to 0.3 in a second. So Anderson, now that he's back on the track, is flying along. Jones in 3rd, Maloney in 4th. This is that gap, 1st and 2nd. You're looking through the spray that Zach Rattray White is kicking up. Joshua Anderson, 152.7, but with 2 laps, none of them have been clean, so no fastest lap counts for Joshua Anderson just yet, behind Zach Rattray White.
Have a look at the deep entry there from Jake Maloney. He is continuing to make himself a factor in this top 4 fight. Sapstead, no stranger to drama in this one. That's him fighting with Russell Pepperell for lucky 13th. Got quite the pack behind them as well. See Mazzaroli and Freer keeping them very close company. Sapstead hasn't had the best of starts here, but what we've seen from race 1 is once his mid-race gets into rhythm, he can certainly fight and stay in position. Maybe there'll be some dramas ahead of him and he can get back into the top 10. It's been a good points day for him so far. He wouldn't want to let the wet conditions throw that out of the water.
And the wet conditions have created a couple of gaps between the packs, but given us some ferocious ones here. Jamie Dyke's gone a bit wide at turn 6. They're 3 wide there. We move further up the field between Rehan Leonage and Madison down. Leonage got a bit of damage on his Mustang, and he's been given all of the door by Madison down, exiting past the Mercedes-Benz grandstand, past the Porsche driving center, turning right into the stadium, and it looks like Madison Down's got him. Leonage so quick in the dry conditions. He's 2 positions down in this wet race so far. Emily Jones, those 3 spots up. That's some of the big moves happening inside of the top 10. James Chassaneau from 13th to 3rd. He's just on the tail of this group as well. He can still see the top 5. You normally get more field spread in the wet. We're not getting too much of it in the mid-pack yet. This is Dyke. It just checks up and he gets a bit of rear locking. It's just a check up. Regular concertina effect in the braking zone, and he needs to stamp it a bit hard late in the braking.
Yeah, not ideal. Back to the fight. Leonage going a bit wide in turn 1. He has lost touch now with Madison Down as Maloney now sees an opportunity to pass Emily Jones, but it's not going to present itself right away. Needs to wait for the hairpin. Seeing patches of blue sky start to come in again as the rain is starting to ease a little.
The German word for rainbow is Regenbogen.
Love it. Oh, that's a bit deep though for Anderson. And Kurt Stenberg will make a pass on Bo Albert there. The 06 ERT Mustang running a bit deep, but once again, this is a very similar situation to what we saw on like lap 2 with Stenberg up the inside of Albert at turn 7, and Bo needs to be careful there on the curb. Loses some grip. They go through a massive puddle there on their way down into turn 8, and they make contact. These two are best friends at the moment. Look at the Vermilion car getting into it as well. Joshua Horton chasing them down. Chastaneuf and O'Reilly got a front row seat to all of this, and they'll be licking their lips.
Yeah, I said those guys were closing in. Horton, Chastaneuf, O'Reilly. Deeper in the field, there is battles absolutely everywhere. I think we're seeing a bit of some others.
Oh, hello, Zach Rattray White. He's lost the lead to Josh Anderson, and Emily Jones harassing him as well. Jake Maloney in the midst of it too. Great top four fight. What happened to Rattray White? Bit too deep on the brakes there.
Willie Sebastian Vetteled it.
Oh yeah, very nearly. But he managed to keep it on the non-gravel portion. Only just. The fastest lap goes to Madison Down, who's now caught up to the back of this fight. And Rattray White saying, hey, I'd prefer to have that lead back, Ando. Thank you very much.
Maloney with a slowdown. Let's see how quickly that clears itself in the wet conditions. It's gone now, so probably something related to turn one, the line they were taking through there. I'm seeing a few of those furled black flags. Bo Albert's got it a couple of times. He's the only driver without a clean lap so far this race, with 4 completed.
Oh man, this is going to be a long race.
Rattray White stepping inside.
Oh, the rear end stepping out a bit. Anderson saw him coming and went wide. And he'll keep the lead. Now side by side for third, Maloney and Jones again. Trying to sort out who's the last podium finisher. Madison Down still creeping up on these 4. They can't get out of each other's way at the moment.
So Down's still got the fastest lap of the race at a 151.7. That's only 10 seconds away from a dry lap. But it still looks so slippery and difficult. But it's the bits like the curbs, it's the bits like if you get a lock-up, it's off the racing line where there's no grip. The racing line, the groove, is giving them plenty of grip. But it just doesn't look like dry tyres yet.
Oh, Chasteneuf now on the back of Bo Albert, almost did the same thing Rattray White did a lap ago. They're all slithering over the racetrack at the moment. Matt Morris has had a terrible race so far, now down 12 positions, falling behind Mole and Ladder. Keep an eye on Bo Albert here. Oh, rear end steps out coming into the stadium section. That was running over the white line there for Albert, and that's how he had to give up the position to Joshua Horton. Anderson, meanwhile, at the front, starting to build a gap. Now 1.2 seconds ahead of Rattray White, with Jones and Maloney breathing down his neck. Madison Down, I think we can officially call a part of this battle now.
Say so, pretty quick over the last couple of laps compared to the squabbling leaders. Anderson with just over a second on Zach Rattray White. His last attempt to get down the inside in the braking zone at turn 6, not completely successful, but I think he found a good bit of the racetrack to brake on grip-wise. They're all still trying different parts of the road there for where is the grip at.
Sapsted's gotten some bad news. Race control have reviewed that incident between himself and Brett Loxton, and they deemed that Sapsted didn't give racing room, so 10 seconds will be added either to his pit stop or his time post-race. So that's going to put him a bit further back, probably outside the top 15, depending on how things go. Number 51 of Matthew Pluck trying to get away past Paul Young, as this is a long chain of cars further back here, battling for 24th position. And the visibility is far from ideal at the moment. When you get up to those high speeds, you can barely see the car ahead of you. And depending on your hardware, sometimes this can be doing a number on your frame rate as well. So a lot of variety of computer hardware being used by everybody throughout the field, and some of them cope with these wet races better than others.
Certainly is a lot of work right now. New fastest lap of the race for Josh Anderson. Now, I was seeing a dry line at turn 11. I'm also seeing a move for third.
Yes, Emily Jones and Jake Maloney not leaving each other alone, and that's Maloney moving past Jones at turn 2, but Emily, a little bit too much curb though, and right through the deep puddle as well, so that's going to be position done for now. Still, I think Jones can be very happy with her race. Up 2 positions and solidly in contention for a podium. Meanwhile, Jacob O'Reilly into the first corner. Looks like, yeah, a little crossed up over the curb. In the dry, that wouldn't be much of a problem, but in the wet, gotta get straight on the anchors to get the car straightened up.
Lienage closing in, and in time you battle in these kind of conditions, you're losing so much time. So you saw how it helped Madison Down close in, it's helping Rayhan Lienage close in, it's helping Joshua Anderson blast away. He's found so much pace, like just set the fastest lap of the race, and I reckon he might go reset it. Here's where there's a dry line just there.
Yeah, I see it now. So that is a good portent for the race still to come. Still some rain falling in this section of the circuit, but we're actually at the western end of the circuit at the moment here on the start-finish straight, and the rain is moving to the east. So this part of the track is going to be the first that really dries out. You can almost see it happening there. A little bit of a darker patch through the last couple of corners. Still plenty of spray though. So it's definitely still wet tyre conditions. Rattray White is in a big defensive position at the moment. Got 4 cars breathing down his neck. Rayhan Lienage wide out of turn 1 in the background and gaining some damage in the opening laps of this race. Can Maloney find his way past is the question. Straight line it as much as you can, but be sure to stay off that curb, pick up some slipstream. Bit more rolling resistance from these deeper treaded, sort of softer wet tires. So you need to get every bit of straight line speed advantage you can through here. Maloney almost finds a way through here. Oh, I think that's too deep. He's going to go sailing off into the runoff area, and Maloney is out of contention for a podium.
Maloney spun on the, someone else spun on the apex.
Who was that?
Was it Down? Lienage?
Yeah, it was Madison Down. It looked like Down got a big helping of oversteer. Actually, it was contact from Lienage. We'll see it here on the replay. Keep an eye out for the Pacific for the Phoenix Racing Team car. Sorry, there's the contact between Maloney and White, and yeah, bonk. There we go. Good recovery from Madison Down, and it looked like Lienage got out of the throttle there just to make sure that he didn't gain an advantage from that.
Well, it's all great news for Josh Anderson and the race lead that he's managed to develop. Emily Jones in second, Zach Rattray White in third. Even after all of that, it's Emily Jones who sneaks through the carnage and the body panels and the contact and moves to second place, really costing Jake Maloney. He ended up so far out in the runoff. We learned, or at least I learned at Interlagos, that the painted runoff sometimes has absolutely no grip when it's wet in some places.
Oh, that was Down again, having a helping of oversteer into the turn, but not due to contact this time. Maloney passes Lienage into turn 2. Can he hold on to it on the exit? Yeah, seeing a lot less spray in that section. Yeah, you're right. Painted runoff does have a lot less grip in wet conditions because, like, normal asphalt is porous and rough, and so the water runs down into those gaps between the actual stones and sort of into the tarmac. But painted, yes, the aggregate. Thank you very much. I am not a civil construction person, but painted runoff, well, it's paint, and so the water just sits on top. It's I think the same for concrete as well, so you need to be careful of that. O'Reilly and Gamble, 11th place battle at the moment, and looking at their times, they're pretty level with Albert and Chasteneuf up ahead. Any kind of fighting and they'll be brought into contention here. Replay, looking at the pass. We don't have the same livery for O'Reilly on both broadcast PCs, so that's why his car looks different, but that is the newer livery that he's got on his car there in the main view. Nice move on Gamble at the hairpin.
So I'm not going crazy. That is...
Yeah. I noticed that a while ago, but I mean, we'll endeavour to get that sorted.
Paint Pack stuff have also got a different livery on my PC for Emily Jones in the broadcast, and for a few of the other drivers as well. We had it in our split tours as well. Is Zach Rattray White and Madison Down. Fastest lap of the race still belonging to Joshua Anderson.
Yeah, Ando's had a real great turn of form here. Obviously, plenty of real-life experience under his belt, as is the case for many drivers in this field. Who gets the best exit from turn 4 this time? Rattray White just keeping it off the curb and white line, and will maintain that pace there over Madison Down. Right in the wheel tracks, though, and going defensive into the hairpin. He knows that these TTR cars have a bit of an edge, it seems, in the wet. But protects the inside line into the hairpin. Down, though, with that straighter exit. Some beautiful momentum, and that is going to be third. Rattray White yields on the way into turn 7.
So we have had absolutely no one in this race pit yet. Not for a drive-through penalty, not for damage, not for a new set of wet tyres, not for a set of dry tyres, not to brim their fuel tank before a safety car that they're predicting. Nope, we have just been 10 laps of racing in these conditions, and all of it that's gone along with that. Zach Rattray White's got to defend a little bit here.
Yeah, into the hairpin, where he ran wide and kicked off the big battle for the lead, but keeping the fourth place now, nice and protected from Maloney and Leonage. This is exactly the kind of battling that Rayhan would have been hoping for. It seems on raw pace alone, couldn't quite keep up with the drivers ahead of him, and had to rely on them to battle in order to gain the advantage he needed.
They touch, exiting turn 1.
Yeah, Rattray White blocking the inside line there from Jake Maloney. But let's see if the outside helps Maloney any. It's a bit deep there for Zach Rattray White, and the rain light blinking on that car.
Rain intensity has just picked up a little bit. There's the measure for it. It started this race at 3%. It stayed at 3%. The track was drying off, but now it's come up to 5%. And the track is actually slowing up a little bit. They're getting a little bit more rain on it. Zach Rattray White just puts the tiniest bump on Leonage, on Maloney. And so that very, very light blue, that was about 3%. The lightest tinge of green is about 5%, but then it'll go away. So it's all a matter of track staying steady, and then it will dry up.
Side by side on exit out of turn 9, and this is a brilliant fight for sure. Rattray White starting to fall off the wagon a little bit. He was able to maintain some good pace, but now he's even under attack by Rayhan Leonage. The Phoenix Mustang tries the inside line at the hairpin, but doesn't work for the moment. And Zach, you can see every time he goes through there, he's struggling to really keep that smooth line that everyone else is managing. Contact from the rear. And I get the feeling that Zach is the one who's holding everyone up here. Now Kurt Stenberg and Joshua Horton see a chance of moving further into the top 10.
Madison Down says C is late, a new fastest lap of the race, actually. So the track is getting quicker. They are all burning off a bit of fuel as we go here as well. The amount of water being removed off the racetrack by 30-something cars pounding around is going faster than the amount of rain falling out of the sky, even though it looks a bit dramatic. Ken Latta in the pit lane. What's he going to do after 11 laps in the 269? First driver to drive into pit lane this race.
Indeed he is. So that's going to set things up for everybody else. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he stayed on the wets. That's contact between...
Stenberg hit Leonage, I think there. Just a tiny bit of a tap in the concertina into the braking zone, but it doesn't take much at all. We've seen that a couple of times. Now Joshua Horton's trying to move ahead of Stenberg, and they're rubbing doors.
Yeah, there they are, just popping into frame, and steady. Recovering there, Rattray White. For a second I thought he was going deep, but it's actually a good line to take in the wet. Leonage, though, right on the back of him once again, and Horton again trying on Stenberg, but Kurt will hold strong and keep the 7th spot for now.
New set of wet tyres for Ken Latta, plus 14 seconds of fuel.
Yes, quite a bit of fuel being taken there, and no surprise to see he's staying on the wets. I get the feeling we're not going to see dry tyre conditions in this race at all, considering how wet the track still is. And still having a few minutes worth of rain yet to come. Another tap on the rear of Rattray White. And I'm surprised that they're hitting the apex there in the final corner. You see how deep the water is there, almost submerging the apex curb.
I reckon someone will give the slicks a try. The track wetness has just moved from 67% to 50%. The rain is not going to get any heavier. The lap times are still getting quicker. And even now, we're hardly 10 seconds away from a purely dry, slick tyre time. If it only gets sort of 2 or 3 seconds quicker, then you're looking at moving to dry tyres. So the remaining things that you need to happen for the crossover are in just a couple of these corners. In the straight line, it looks fine. A couple of these corners have a dry line. It's just the few little places where the water is still puddled, and about 2 seconds a lap that's preventing him going to slicks. Crossover could be like a 1:49.
All right, keep an eye on the lap times there and remember that number. That's when we're going to see the cue. Leonage again dicing with Rattray White out of the hairpin. They almost make contact into turn 7. Leonage dragging the brakes a little bit to get back behind, and pops out for a clearer view of the turn in for turn 8. This left-hander is turn 9, and then through to turn 10. The right-hander onto this short little straight. It just seems like every time Rattray White has a car come up on him, they have a really tough time getting by, and those ahead of him just jet away. There is no battling between the top 4 at the moment, and Leonage up the inside of the hairpin again. Rattray White, though, up higher. The other thing you got to keep in mind for that hairpin is because it's banked, the higher line actually is drier because the water is physically running down the racetrack towards the apex. So I think Leonage might have to try something different there.
He's gone for that inside a couple of times, and yeah, in the wet, it just doesn't look particularly promising. You've got to find a way to try to cross him over, almost have a little bit of contact heading into 1 here. It's
Maybe
the highest
turn
running
2.
battle. Whoa, Horton has a massive moment back there. He was battling with Bo Albert and James Chastanoff, so I think Chastanoff will get through. Bo Albert will get away. Joshua Horton got so much slide out of turn 1, now battling side by side with Chastanoff, who's looking to go around the outside of him in 2. Comes the inside here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But again, see the puddle there on the apex of the left-hander. That really arrests your momentum. But Chasty has the outside line for the hairpin, which is undoubtedly the best line to have in these conditions. Horton's going to try and make it as difficult as he can, but he's got his teammate Jacob O'Reilly now for company, and that might make things a bit more difficult for Shasty. Horton able to hold strong for the position into turn 7 here, nose ahead. And a slight tap of the brakes there for the both of them. Chastanoff will have the inside for turn 8. I still gaze in amazement at those deep puddles on the way into turn 7 and how we haven't seen more incidents there, but just avoiding contact between the two of them there. And this is such an intense race.
Yeah, and then you were looking at turn 7 there where you mentioned both of the cars tap the brakes a little bit. It's near enough flat out, single file in the dry, but going too wide in the wet. Both of them really had to shed some speed to stay on the track there. And so it's just so much extra focus everywhere around the lap. You don't get a respite between turn 6 and 8 in these conditions. You don't get much respite on the parabolica in these conditions. Some things that are just like, oh, I can relax a little bit here in the dry are suddenly, you know, white knuckle gripping the steering wheel and full focus in these conditions.
600 plus horsepower going through the rear wheels of these very heavy race cars. And you're at the point in the wet where if you're going through the parabolica, there's half a chance you're actually going to snap on the effective straight in these conditions. So I wouldn't want to be behind the wheel of one of these cars right now. I've done a few dry races in these cars, haven't seen much success, and can't imagine how bad it would be in the wet. Emily Jones, meanwhile, sees Madison down get closer, That is a second gained on Jones on the previous lap and about 8/10 in the second sector. So seems like Down's on a bit of a charge right now.
We've had a couple of other drivers make pit stops as well, and I'm going to guess it might just be based on how much fuel they started the race with potentially. Or they just wanted to do something different. So Ken Latta was the first to stop, but then 2 laps after him, Scott Mackay and Angus Lawford and Jack Snov has just stopped, all of them staying on wet tyres, but taking between 14 and 16 seconds of fuel. So when we get the stop from the leaders, perhaps we expect to see 15 seconds or so of fuel be taken on board, critically enough to comfortably cover a tyre change.
Yeah, cars that have pitted so far: Angus Lawford, Jack Snow, Scott Mackay, and Kenneth Latta. We're still waiting for the next driver to join them. Another helping of oversteer for Zach Rattray-White, as there goes Leonage into the pit lane. He's going to be the first from the front of the field to go for those fresh tyres. We're still not at that magic crossover point where dry tyres are possible, and we're almost halfway through the race. So I think
Take a look at the radar,
have to commit.
The rain is about to stop, and then there will be none, and there's still 18 laps left in this race. That's the static radar. Here's the animated radar. We are about to leave the rain behind and enter a new blue sky era.
We certainly are. So Leonage with a 16-second pit stop comes out in 20th place behind, or actually 21st, behind Billy Mole and Matt Morris. And
behind Paul Young.
Yeah, Paul Young's going to get him as well. And of course, these tyres start stone cold, and they take a bit to come up to temp. So while the drivers in front of Leonage do have more worn tyres, they are going to... Yeah, you see that? While the tyres are more worn for everyone else, they've also got some heat in them that helps to drive that moisture away. Leonage has to deal with going through the cycle, getting them up to temperature first.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anything to be found with an undercut there. I think Leonage just wanted to do something different, but is going to find out, particularly as he couldn't drive in a straight line in the Parabolica, that it might have been the wrong thing to do. Emily Jones under a whole heap of pressure now from Madison down. Looking for second place. Josh Anderson still extending a bit of a lead, 6 seconds over this duo. Maloney in 4th. Rattray-White now keeping Kurt Stenberg behind in 5th and 6th. That was the battle that Rayhan Leonage decided didn't want to be a part of anymore. And this is Scott Gamble.
So no oversteer through turn 8, but coming through turn 10, catches the puddle on the inside and the curb as well. And William Sapstead says thank you very much. Very near lose there for the V8 Vets champion. A thought has been put to us by our producer. Do you keep the warm wets on for the second half of the race to keep them warm? I suppose there's there is what you've been talking about, David, the chance that the dry line is going to form with the rain now stopping. So that might cancel out some of the advantage, but I don't know, there's probably a few drivers out there who'll throw the dice.
It's the age-old philosophical question, do you stick with the devil you know?
Yeah.
I think they all know the devil that they're working with in these conditions, or what the tyres are doing. So, I mean, if you're looking at the live timing, Emily Jones, Madison Down, Jake Maloney are all low 152s. The fastest driver that's put new tyres on 5 laps ago, Ken Latta, and he's done 153.9. No one has put new wet tyres on and approached the kind of pace that your other drivers still inside of the top 5 are doing on the tyres that they've currently got. So if the track stayed exactly like this, I think seriously you would consider just leaving the warm tyres on. It's taking 5 laps and longer before Ken Latta gets back to the pace that he had on the old set. It's a pair of shoes that you've worn out a little bit, but now they fit you just right.
Yes. Very interesting. This is why we had been looking forward to rain being added to iRacing for so long, because it introduces these extra folds, these extra wrinkles in the strategy of these races, and really requires a different skill set that a lot of drivers may have possessed but weren't quite able to take advantage of. Down and Jones, meanwhile, still streaking along in second and third. This is a pass. Madison Down actually taking advantage of a mistake from Jones there. Got a bit too close to the white line and ruined the run out of turn one. And so the de facto leader of Trans-Tasman Racing makes a move and up into P2.
Now, we're two people, you know, banging our collective brain cells together, but there are a lot of minds asking exactly the same questions. And as I look through, there's also a lot of drivers in the session that have got, you know, their teammates to ask questions to, but also their spotters in. So Scott Mackay's got Brenton O'Brien, William Sapstead's got Jared Filsell connected as his spotter, Angus Lawford's got Brandon Griffiths, Brett Loxton's got Henry King, Tom Freer's got Brenton Hobson. There are a lot of people, drivers, but then people also connected to the teams, all looking at every bit of data, trying to work out what is the best way to approach the remaining 16 laps of this race. Jordan Mazzaroli's got two spotters, Martin Lipsky and Alan Mazzaroli. So that's 3 sets of brain cells for the number 61 car trying to work out what to do in these changeable conditions.
Saw an incident a few moments ago. Ocean Colangelo unfortunately got turned around at the hairpin. Ewan Baker missed his braking point. So that's going to be a spin that Ocean, young female karter, will not need. Baker just looked like on the downshift to second, I think. The rear just locked up and away he went. So not ideal for Ocean Colangelo.
And not a great look for Ewan Baker either. We've seen that happen plenty in the dry. We've seen that happen plenty in the wet. We'll probably see it happen again, but it's, you know, pretty slam dunk whose fault that was when you look at it that way.
So things have calmed down a little bit for Zach Rattray White, but he's still got Kurt Stenberg and Bo Albert breathing down his neck here. Our pole sitter for this race, I think might have a bit of breathing room now that Stenberg and Albert come together. Race control reviewing the incident between Baker and Colangelo. Coming up on 14 laps to go in this race. It feels like it's at the same time flying by and taking forever. There's always something to talk about here, and how about this attempted cutback from Bo Albert on Kurt Stenberg, but again, the puddle at the apex. So many corners around this circuit, you got to be careful of that, because you might want to try a cut under, but then you lose all your grip right in the middle of the corner. They stay as they are into the stadium section, and James Chastaneuf looks ahead and sees that he might have a chance for a few positions.
They've kept really steady pace the last 5 to 10 laps. Ooh, are we heading for pit entry? And that's the checkup there is around the outside. Chastaneuf and Albert now.
Just enough room for Chastaneuf to get on the power there as Stenberg, the next car to come from the front here. And remember, Leonage
really done a PB just now. So the tyres are beginning to fire up for Leonage.
Yeah.
But still will have lost in the last 4 laps of undercut not working and bringing in those new tyres. Yet to see a benefit from them, but they've reached where the old tyres were at.
Considering we still have plenty to go in this race.
And the rain's about to stop. It's the lightest it's been all race, and it's about to completely stop. Chastaneuf, great run around the outside of Parabolica, the inside for Spitzkehrer. Where's the best braking traction?
Looks like Albert. Look at that cutback. That's fantastic from Bo Albert, but getting onto the wetter part of the racetrack at the moment, And that will help to keep the tyre temperature under control, but it doesn't quite give him the grip that he needs. So we see both live here. Bottom of your screen, you see Kurt Stenberg rejoining the racetrack just behind Paul Young and immediately getting on the attack for the hairpin. But it seems like Young's doing all right to keep him behind. Leonage with 4 lap or so undercut on Stenberg is about 3 seconds ahead of him at the moment. So Leonage is still the driver that we need to be watching to see where everyone else is going to filter out. And the battle continues between James Chastaneuf and Bo Albert as Ewan Baker gets bad news from race control. 5 seconds going to be added to either his pit stop or his race time for the contact with Colangelo. More cars coming into pit lane now, reaching the end somewhat of the fuel tank. Josh Horton and Jacob O'Reilly, both Vermilion cars, doing a synchronized run through pit lane.
Yep. On lap 20 with 13 to go. So it's getting very close to 2/3 race done, 1/3 still to go. And everyone who sort of hung out, watched what the conditions were doing, got into their groove of those tyres. A lot of them are thinking, all right, well, now it's time to get my compulsory pit stop done and fuel my car up to get me to the end. Horton and O'Reilly synchronised long stops, 18 seconds of fuel. Mazzaroli took 20. A lot of the quicker stops we've seen are in the 16-second range, and at that, you are limited by your fuel time. So if you saved a bit more, if you think you're going to not need as much, in the back half, and it's difficult to predict how much fuel you're going to need on a drying track.
Yeah, because as the track oh, okay, hold that thought. Is that O'Reilly?
Old tyre out lap.
Yeah, let's cause some drama down at turn 2. We'll see if we can get another view of that. But yeah, you're right. As the track gets drier, you spend more time on the power and you use more fuel. So your fuel usage in wet conditions isn't really a good judge of how much fuel you're going to need as the track gets drier. Stenberg finally gets around Paul Young outside for the hairpin. Horton and Freeman continue to keep them very honest. So this is what happened to O'Reilly coming out of the pits here, and you can see he's already struggling there to find some grip. Did he get some help here, I wonder? Yeah. Oh, he was a bit deep on the brakes, but unfortunately the fishy car did not have the best of times there. Jamie Dyke with perhaps a small part to play, but certainly not as much as O'Reilly did, getting on the brakes a tad too late for those still stone-cold wets.
Ewan Baker's dropping down the timing, but he's not in the pit lane.
Problem? Perhaps dropping from the server. Ewan Baker is, of course, racing from New Zealand, so there is potential for a bit of poor latency in that case. Unfortunately, he has indeed dropped from the server, but he's just reconnected, so should be able to get back out there and circulate to the end. Russell
Leonage is almost doing PB pace now, 6 laps in on those tyres. And I don't quite know how Leonage has ended up quite so far ahead of Stenberg. I didn't think that Zach Rattray-White was being that much of a cork, but apparently he is in his last lap of 53.2. So Leonage is currently undercutting Zach Rattray-White, who's got James Chastaneuf and Bo Albert behind, and previously had Stenberg stuck behind. Rain has stopped on the pit lane end of the racetrack. Rain has stopped on the whole racetrack. There will be no more rain, and there are 12 laps to go. Ignore that picture, because when you cut to a different one, there's no rain. I'm looking at the radar. There's no rain. Here, no rain. Reese, rain?
No rain.
Scott Gamble's missing his nose, unfortunately.
Ooh,
Therefore missing his headlights. He's still got his windscreen wiper, but he's got no headlights.
And headlights are kind of important in wet conditions. Jay telling us he's never seen this before. So Gamble already got some damage to the front there, and I think the front bumper is just hanging by a thread at the moment. Are we going to see it fall off in the middle of the straight here?
I think we had this in V8 Vets on one of the Camaros once.
Ooh.
Yeah, damage, and then the thing's sitting half off its latches, and then later on it just falls off. We had that happen to the Camaros before. Maloney pits, 17.9 seconds. I'm actually seeing some of these drivers who've gone longer are taking more fuel as if they're burning more now, and some of the shorter stops, like 16 seconds for Russell Pepperell, are going to need to save a bit in the back half. First guy to pit, Ken Latter, only took 14 seconds of fuel. How much is he going to have to save if, we know the kind of operators TTR are, and Maloney thinks he needs 18 seconds of fuel?
Well, remains to be seen. There's still so many question marks over the ultimate result of this race. 3 drivers in the pit lane at the moment: Paul Young, Jamie Dyke, and Troy Stonestreet. And for Young, it's a 16-second stop, 15.5 seconds for Stonestreet and Dyke. So, seems there's still plenty of different calculations going on. Leonage's teammate, William Brown, with a problem out of turn 9, it looks like. No damage to the car, though.
Anderson pits from the race lead. So, 10 to go. Josh Anderson's in. I assume some of his teammates are going to follow him. This could be close to the end of the fuel range. Madison Down stays out. Emily Jones comes in. Yeah, with 10 laps to go, a few of them might be getting to the end of their tank.
So, in comes Zach Rattray-White and James Chastaneuf as well. Now the top of the field is really in pit stop mode. 17.5 seconds for Josh Anderson, or near enough. How much fuel does Jones put in? The timer will stop at 17.1. So pretty similar between those two. Jake Maloney on those fresh tyres out of pit lane.
Look at Maloney's car, and then think about how much spray there was on lap 1. There's a third as much spray as there was lap 1.
Yeah, barely any. And Maloney's going to come up on the not full
Baker
position. That's Ewan Baker rejoining the server, emerging back out onto the racetrack. Rattray-White and Chastaneuf struggling to put the power down on the cold wets. They stay ahead of Kurt Stenberg, but Rehan Leonage has gotten the both of them. Look at how far ahead he is.
Yeah, so I think while going to the new tyres earlier wasn't a whole lot of an undercut, the pace that Leonage had compared to Zach Rattray-White is what's done the difference. Just getting a little bit of clear air as it would have been.
I mean, if this is my thinking, if you want to change tyres, and I think you almost sort of have to, really, considering how long the race is.
Zach Rattray-White's 3 wide through Spitzkehrer. Madison Down comes in. Sorry.
Very fun. You need to pit for tyres, obviously, if you want the optimum way to the end of the race. So I think Leonage's thinking is you get it done as early as you can, so that you basically go through that suffering period of getting the tyres warmed up earlier than the others, and then you have more time to the end of the race to have the tyres in that optimum sort of heat window, if that makes sense. I think that's what's going on here. Everyone else who's pitting right now is going to be slower for the next few laps. And you see that Kurt Stenberg, with 4 extra laps on these tyres over Rattray-White and Chastaneuf, is getting the both of them here. Yeah, you pit earlier, you get them up to temperature earlier. That's the difference in the wet conditions. If it was dry, the undercut would be the way to go, but not here.
Well, I guess it's a poison you've got to take eventually, and they've taken it earlier. Now they're seeing everyone else taking it later. Much quicker pit stop for Madison Down, and that's the overcut, isn't it? Because Joshua Anderson stopped 1 lap earlier. Now Madison Down's on those cold tyres, and so
surely
that's
not by 7 seconds though.
Well, by 4 seconds. By 4 seconds, and then 3 seconds is the difference in the pit stop time. So in 2 ways, Madison Down, by going 1 lap longer on hot tyres and taking 2 seconds less fuel, will have closed in, at least 5 seconds.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Yeah, the math checks out. Rattray-White keeping Kurt Stenberg behind, defensive, coming into the Spitzkehrer. Oh, bump again into the braking zone. They get stuck together on the way in. Stenberg gets on the white line and curb, and around he goes. Oh dear. Oh, I'm sure they'll be having a polite conversation after the race thanks to that. Rattray White defending potentially a bit too hard.
Chasanov goes through on the both of them. Now Zach Rattray White wants one of those spots back.
Around the outside, turn 10, staying somewhat level. Chasty can't quite get the power down like he wants to. And has Rattray White gotten by there? No, he hasn't. So now everyone has taken their pit stops and everyone has stayed on the wet tyres, and I think everyone has changed to new ones. Leonage finds himself in 5th, which is more or less where he was before the pit cycle started. Now I think you need to now you need to think about those tyres wearing down. The track is less wet than it was before, so I suppose you can go a bit longer on a worn set of wet tyres than you could when the track was sopping wet. But now Anderson, Down and Jones have the temperature advantage.
Dry line everywhere. It's just water up against the curbs and pooled in a couple of the little low-lying places. The racing line is starting to look very, very dry, but we don't have the lap times like I thought, so it's still 152s from most of the field. It's just not there yet, and the rain held on to about the halfway point of the race. If it had stopped earlier, we might have got some crossover. Whoa!
Oh, okay. That's too deep. Good observation skills, Reese Gardner. Rattray White rejoining alongside Joshua Horton. Up 2 positions now for Horton, make it 3 if he can hold on to this one, but he can't, and Rattray White spins ahead of him, and Kurt Stenberg sees a position to take. We'll get that done. Things are starting to get rough here in the latter phases.
Certainly been elbows out across these positions. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, seems Rattray White is a little bit of a car magnet at the moment. Any battle we've seen him in the last 10 minutes or so, there's been taps to the side and behind and what have you. Has some space between himself and Stenberg and Horton, but I'm sure that's going to change again pretty soon.
Race control are going to have a couple of things still to investigate. So after the 2 pit stops between Anderson and Down, we know that Anderson had 1 lap of tyre temperature in. Madison Down was on those cold tyres, so then it sort of came back to where it should have been. They were sort of a 1.5 seconds apart, and then as Downs brought the tyre temperature up, Joshua Anderson's pulled the lead back out to 3.6 seconds, so got on that lap about 2 seconds on him, and still now just pulling a little bit out of Down, who's got the fastest lap of the race at a 151.4. Fastest car on track last lap, Maloney a 151.6. So that's sort of the peak of all anyone can do at the moment is a 51.
Yeah, the water's hanging around. Stenberg taking the inside line for Spitzkehrer, but unable to keep the pace up versus Rattray White. Now that Zach has a bit of clear air ahead of him, he can get his lap times back on track. A huge difference in lap times over the last few laps thanks to the incidents Rattray White and Horton were involved in. A big oversteer for Stenny on the exit of the corner as well. Everyone is just struggling to get these tyres brought back in at the moment. And we're seeing there's nowhere near as much spray as before, especially in the final sector here. You'll see it especially on the exit of this stadium hairpin here. Look at that, barely any spray at all.
I guess the other factor that I didn't account for enough is the time of day. It's now 5:30 p.m, so sure, the rain stopped, but the clouds have cleared and it's almost time for sunset. It's a bit dark out there as well, so it's not like the rain stopped and it's cleared at 2 p.m and then the sun comes out and dries up all the rain, Incy Wincy Spider stuff. But yeah, the rain stopped, but now it's a cool evening that's not drying the track particularly quickly.
Sounds like the clothes I was washing yesterday. It's just too cold to really dry them out properly by air. Joshua Anderson then leading the race, but Madison Down creeping up on him over the course of the last few laps. Down still has the fastest lap of the race, but Anderson has been dropping off a bit over the last couple of laps. 152.1 on the last lap for Anderson versus Down with a 51.5. That could be something to put a pin in. Oh, yeah, take two indeed. Rattray White versus Stenberg. And you could almost see the drivetrain flex out of the hairpin for the both of them. They almost both go off. Rattray White definitely does, but he'll stick it up the inside of Stenny again. Bump once more through turn 7. It's a good thing these are closed-wheel touring cars, because man, if this was a prototype or an open-wheel race, we'd be seeing a lot of cars in the junkyard. This is how it started, with Rattray White running a bit deep in the hairpin, but in these conditions, that's the faster line. He was able to get a great run out of the corner, and he was none too keen to let Stenberg have it.
No, and there's a couple of priors, as they say, and so it was just a little bit of door banging, door leaning here. This is going to be a fair bit of counter steer for Stenberg.
Way, hello. Right on the lock stops there to get it straightened out. So, lesson there, which has been put into play many times this race. Don't go too tight through turn 10. It'll absolutely ruin you if you do it wrong. Down continuing to make up time on Anderson, another 51.5 on the last lap, with Anderson 2/10 of a second slower this time. So not as much of a gap being made up on that lap, but could still happen, especially with lap traffic coming into account. Jack Snove there in the 910 going to be the next driver for Anderson to contend with in terms of traffic. 3 drivers a lap down in this one or more.
Rattray White, Kurt Stenberg watch. Take 3.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Rattray White falling behind Stenberg again, and this time Josh Horton gets himself involved once more. These 3 must be sick of the sight of each other at this point. They just can't get free of each other.
Josh Horton's making it complicated as well. Oh, Stenny!
Way! Oh, second lap in a row we've seen. Actually, maybe even third or fourth lap in a row that Stenberg's had that oversteer at turn 10, and Horton will duly slip through and grab 8th place. Line astern into the stadium hairpin. Horton, good defensive lines. And Rattray White gives Stenberg a tap, sends him up onto the white line. All the grip runs out for the 47 TTR Camaro. And Stenberg has to fall behind Rattray White again.
Well, he's not going to return serve, is he? He'll say that's fair enough, and on we race. Surely there'll be no take 4. Oh, Rattray White parked him in the final corner there.
Yeah, I honestly think we're still in the middle of take 3 at the moment. This has been a continuous run this entire lap. Stenberg bit quicker to the apex of turn 1 there. View back from Rattray White on the top. Stenberg's on board on the bottom. And Zach defensive into turn 2. Is there any room for Stenny to cut back? There is not. Straighten it out. Keep it in 3rd gear through turn 2. And boy, the oversteer from Stenberg. Fantastic car control. Gets the slipstream. Coming up to Spitzkehre now. Is there any chance for him to finally put Rattray White behind him for good? Well, Rattray White's going to go deep at the hairpin, but keeps it within the white lines. Is there going to be a cutback? Oh, rear end contact under acceleration between them, and Stenberg now returns the serve a little bit. He is not happy with how Rattray White's been going about this. I don't know if Rattray White's happy with Stenberg either. This could end in tears for the both of them.
Well, I think 2026 is when we're going to bring out SimSpeed TV pay-per-view, because you can't look away from this. Both of them want it. They're both fired up. They're leaning on each other everywhere. There's, take 1, take 2, give us round 4, sequels on sequels of this kind of stuff.
And William Sapstead coming into the ring, and does he have a steel chair in his hands? Who knows? Stenberg and Rattray White, too wide, make contact through the stadium hairpin, and Sapstead slips through into 10th.
And that's payback for Rattray White, feeding Stenberg a bit of gravel there the previous time. I don't know you can call any of this in, because it's fair. They're both giving as good as they got, and it's like right on the limit, and it's super tough racing.
Yeah, still very entertaining. I've loved every second of this broadcast. It's been great. Maloney and Jones, meanwhile, they're starting to show up on the timing screen as within a second of each other, so far from over. Zach Rattray White now has another Vermilion car in his mirrors, but this time it's not Josh Horton. He skipped away ahead. Now it's Jacob O'Reilly's turn to have a go at 11th place.
And with just a couple of laps left, all these battles to be settled, I want to shout out some drivers that have done really well in this wet race, like Chastanoff up 6, Freer up 7, Kenneth Latta up 10 with that early stop. So in the end, it has worked out pretty well for him. And Thomas Freeman, from an incredibly poor qualifying, is running in 22nd, having gained a couple of spots.
Yeah, good to see that Freeman's made something out of this wet race. Kurt Stenberg now has William Sapstead to defend against, and a little bit of bumper rubbing through turn 7. 2 laps to go, almost for our leaders. So this is where the pressure really piles on. Sapstead is finally back to the position he started this race in, and he'll be happy to see that the sun is out and the track is continuing to dry off. Mazzaroli fighting with Matt Morris for 17th place. Up 3 places for Jordan. Matt is down 5 spots. He's looking for a bit of a better result than this, but doesn't look like there's going to be much chance of it unless there's a huge crash ahead.
Get a load of this weather now. Looks like a different country than the start of the race.
It certainly does. It's amazing how much a bit of a lighting change, how much difference that can make, as Sapstead gets the move done on Stenberg in the last couple of corners. That was brilliantly executed, and he's going to go to the inside of turn 1. Not an ideal line to take, but he parks it on the apex, so Stenberg can't get past.
1.5 laps to go for the race leader, 2 laps to go for these guys battling it out inside of the top 10.
Yeah,
why
what
was
a battle it
Sapstead's
is.
pit stop so long?
Let me see. 28 seconds. Yeah, you're right. That's half the reason I think he fell down so hard. I have no idea what went on there.
What, he put dry tyres on, then took them off, then put new wet tyres on, and then overfilled it? Interesting.
Yeah, well, I suppose
Rattray
that's
White's
the
in
answer.
trouble behind this.
Yeah, Sapstead,
Oh.
bit deep at the hairpin. Meanwhile, O'Reilly up the inside of Rattray White, and Tom Freers joined the fray as well in the battle for 11th. Still plenty of racing to come on this final lap as Josh Anderson and Madison Down take the white flag. Jones and Maloney within half a second of each other. This fight shows no signs of slowing down, at least not for O'Reilly and Rattray White. Tom Freer exits stage right. White flag for the TTR teammates, 1 Camaro and 1 Mustang. And Jones should still be very happy with the performance here, even if she doesn't end up finishing on the podium, which she has every chance of doing. Oh no. That is Scott Mackay that's had a problem at turn 7.
Billy Mole goes past Mark Point and Troy Stone Street just behind. Coming to the white flag, William Sapstead just ahead of Kurt Stenberg.
Any chance for Stenny to find his way back past here? Maybe. He has older tyres than Sapstead, so I think at 13 laps into the stint for Stenberg, that's the point where the tyres are going to be, yes, warm, but maybe a bit too worn down to really get maximum pace out of them. Sapstead right in the prime phase of that wet rubber.
so many battles to be settled on this final lap. Jones and Maloney within just a couple tenths of each other. You got this. You got Chastanov closing in on Bo Albert. You saw where Scott Mackay ended up in the middle of a four-way fight. Everyone has a story to tell here at the Hockenheim ring.
Yeah, loads of stories about to conclude at this track that makes its V8SCOPS debut, and what a debut it has been. Josh Anderson through the final corner, going to take the win in race 2. As close to a perfect drive as you could get in these wet conditions. Absolutely nailed it, did Ando. And Emily Jones is going to keep that podium place from Jake Maloney. There's Jack Snove taking the finish behind, in front of them. Lap down. Still to be decided between Albert and Chastanov. Leonage is going to round out your top 5. Albert staying ahead. Sapstead versus Stenberg for 9th and 10th. And is that Jacob O'Reilly creeping up on them here on the final lap? Oversteer for Stenberg. He's going to go for a slide in the stadium hairpin. And Jacob O'Reilly sneaks through into the top 10. Drama all the way to the very end of the race.
Not a boring race. It's never a boring race with Kurt Stenberg, but you know what? He'll recover just in front of Zach Rattray White, who's just in front of Tom Freer.
Ah, indeed. Whew. And some moves being made on the final lap. Ocean Colangelo has gotten past Scott Gamble and Russell Pepperell in the last couple of corners, and so is going to take 14th out of that one.
Nominative determinism at work. Another one of the three-way battles back here. Latter ahead of Morgan, ahead of Freeman, who made 12 positions over the race. Scott Mackay will end up where he was, sandwiched between Billy Mole and Mark Poynton and Troy Stone Street. Pluck, Dyke, Lawford, last cars on the lead lap, and they'll fight it out too.
Yep, Jamie Dyke, try and put the power down as efficiently as possible, and yeah, he will keep the position from Angus Lawford, but only just, barely a car length between the two of them. And that makes it 29 finishers on the lead lap. So, racing concludes here at the Hockenheim ring with William Brown being the last driver to take the checkered flag. A long time spent in the pits for him. And well, at the very least, everyone saw the checkered flag in this race. I did not expect that.
Yeah, I mean, we had dramas at different points, like race 1, Kurt Stenberg dropping out and joining that one late on. Ewan Baker with some problems in this one, but getting back out on track. We'll go to the results.
Anderson by 1.5 seconds from down, and it's a Trans-Tasman Racing top 4 lockout with Jones and Maloney. Rehan Leonage in 5th ahead of Bo Albert, who had a quiet but consistent race to finish in 6th. James Chastanov working his way ahead of Joshua Horton, William Sapstead and Jacob O'Reilly to round out your top 10.
In 11th, Kurt Stenberg just ahead of Zach Rattray White. You couldn't separate those two all race by the seams of things, and Tom Freer sneaking up into 13th position. Sean Colangelo making some late spots there as well. Good charge from her, plus 8 spots this race ahead of Scott Gamble, who had no nose for half of the damn thing. Russell Pepperell in 16th, Matt Morris in 17th, Jordan Mazzaroli in 18th, Ken Latta 19th, and William Morgan in 20th.
In 21st place, Thomas Freeman getting a result out of not much to show in qualifying, but good job nonetheless. Paul Young, Billy Mole, Scott Mackay and Mark Poynton round out your top 25. Troy Stone Street finishes 10 seconds ahead of Matthew Pluck, with Jamie Dyke and Angus Lawford only 3/10 apart just behind. Jax Nov is the first finisher, a lap down, rounding out your top 30. Joined a lap down by Ewan Baker, who dropped out of the server due to a connection issue. Good to see, though, that he was able to keep it just off the lead lap. Loxton and Brown, your last 2 finishers from the night's racing. And, well, we have a Trans-Tasman smorgasbord. Most of them will be sharing the same sponsors, but they each have their own individual sponsors on their car, so we'll give them all a chance to thank them there. First off, we go to Josh Anderson. Man, race 1 didn't quite go your way. The invert spiced things up, to say the least, but race 2 in the wet, you seemed unstoppable once you got that lead going.
Yeah, thanks, Reese. Yeah, race one was just poor driving on my part. Um, but fortunately, I sort of got my head back in order and yeah, had a pretty good race too. So I'm happy with that.
As you should be. David and I were debating quite a bit, how the wet tire would ebb and flow, what the heat cycling was like, what the best time to be on it was. The obvious thing is that the first 4 laps were all about getting up to temperature, so you needed to be careful about when you pitted.
Yeah, like I obviously went a lap earlier than Madison. He saved a bit more fuel than I did. But yeah, I definitely tried to make sure the old tires seemed pretty good. And I was kind of debating whether I stay out on and just keep the old tires on, but I wasn't sure if I needed to change tires or not with the car goes up on the jacks thing with the rules. So that's a bit on me to should read the rules and know that next time. So I just put tires on it and yeah, I definitely didn't have as much pace in the second stint. Like Madison caught me a fair bit, but it's hard when you're trying to lead and you're trying to just make sure you don't make a mistake and keep it pretty pretty nice and tidy.
Yeah, interesting. We were talking about the possibility of going tire free as well, but regardless, it's still worked out in your favor. It's a quick turnaround to the next round of the championship. Next weekend, we're going to be racing at the Bend, replacing Navarra on the calendar. Obviously, you're a busy man. Can we expect you there for one? And if you are, what do you expect?
Yeah, man, it's a pretty busy week. Like, obviously, we have our own lives, I work full time and do all that fun stuff. And then we have the Logitech Series race on Wednesday night at Jerez. And then we have obviously SCOPS next weekend at Tailem Bend. So I'll definitely go to Tailem Bend. I really enjoyed that track. I think it's a mid track, to be honest. So I'll be there for sure. Hopefully it's super competitive. Hopefully all the quick guys turn up and we have a really good race.
Yeah, fantastic job tonight, though, Ando. Anyone you want to thank for your performance?
Yeah, just as always, clean vibes, racial innovations, civil construction surveys, pro speed racing, TDR. Obviously, the work we put in. Yeah, it's cool to sort of learn from people like Madison. So yeah, big thanks to everybody, and we go on to the next race.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks for joining us, Josh Anderson. See you next week.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Cheers.
Taking the win there in the TTR 36 Camaro, Josh Anderson. We move through to Madison Downs, stood by with David Haynes, up from 5th to 2nd.
Well, congrats on that race 2 there, Madison. Obviously, from a sprint race 1 in the dry to changeable, difficult conditions and sort of a mid-front pack start there in a wet race 2.
Yeah, not a bad night for us in the 77 car. We didn't quite qualify where we wanted to, but to be kind of in the mid top 10 there wasn't too bad. And dry pace was solid. We just didn't quite have the track position, and then had heaps of fun in that wet race. Got held up a little bit at the start, made a mistake at turn 2 on cold tyres and nearly killed my teammate. I think that was Maloney, I think. So sorry about that. I was definitely on the mic saying I think I just yelled coming through, and they opened the steering so that there wasn't contact. But yeah, heaps of fun and really cool to finally race this thing in the wet.
Yeah, and you come away with the fastest lap of the race to go with it. How did you feel the track evolution went? Because that final 10 laps, I was looking at the rain stop, the track looked drier, but the lap times not get quicker.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. We actually did that fastest lap on lap 11 when the track was much more wet. So that was after I got past a few cars. I think I got into 3rd in behind Emily and set chase after her. And the track felt really good at that point. But yeah, at the end, I was doing similar times. It was about half a second off that point, but just didn't quite have enough to beat that fastest lap. And it was a bit surprising. I'm assuming it was just because the wet tyre doesn't really gain the advantage on the dry track. But yeah, tried to chase Josh there at the end, so I was giving it everything, but didn't quite get there.
What would have to be different for us to have seen someone put a set of slick tyres on? Lead in the water supply?
I think we just needed more time there at the end. The sun came out with 2 laps to go, so while it was overcast, it was drying out, but it wasn't quite enough, and the track really dried out a lot in that, in probably that last 1 or 2 laps. Not enough to give it the grip yet, but the spray was reducing. And once the spray kind of falls away, you can start to look at slicks. But we knew that the track wasn't going to dry out in time, judging on what we saw in the middle of the race when that stop came. So we were just going to be going 30-second pit transit time. You need to make up a lot on a slick. So we probably needed 10 or 15 more laps in that race to see that transition.
And going to a second set of wet tires certainly looked like it had its challenges. I think you emerged from the pit lane like a second behind Josh Anderson, and by the end of that lap you were like 4 seconds back, but it was time that you'd gained with the overcut while he was trying to get a new set of wet tires to switch on.
Yeah, 100%. I always wanted to try and go longest of anyone, so I did a little bit of fuel saving to try and get those extra laps and also reduce my stop time. Went that 1 lap longer than my teammates and made a heap of time, but obviously, the net gain was only about 3 seconds. Endo was a bit confused of how I suddenly ended up on his bumper leaving the pits, but it was so treacherous in that first lap leaving the lane that we couldn't quite stay there. And then, nearly got to him at the end there, but he did a great job. So massive congrats to Josh. He drove a really good race there, and that was actually Emily's first podium, she said, in SCOPS as well. So a massive shout out to her. She's been doing this a long time, and I know she's over the moon to get that result. So massive thank you, and well done to Emily.
Yeah, great effort from all of you on the podium, +1, +3, and +3 positions across the race. Congratulations once again, and you talk about consistency in a large field of very talented drivers that are all putting in a lot of time and bringing their skill to this car, but to then consistently score good points on a day like today, weather like today, you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, we're sitting pretty well in the championship. I'm not exactly sure where we're sitting, but we're sitting up there at the top somewhere and just trying to bank those points. We've had a pretty consistent year in the 77 VRS car, so just trying to keep that going. And tonight again to come away with some consistent results is nice. I would have really loved a race win as ever, but banking the points nicely is good as well.
You're clearly very hungry. The good thing is there's plenty of things to eat in Germany. Who are you going to thank for everything you've managed to put on the track today?
Massive thank you to everyone at Trans-Tasman Racing. As always, we work really hard on making each other better, not just the car as well. So we really focus on trying to coach each other to better results and use that VRS software as well as we can. So massive thank you to the whole team for doing that. And I think, that really paid off tonight with some of that wet weather result we had with the 1, 2, 3, 4. Massive thank you to everyone that's on my car. So Penrite, TP Race Design, Factory One, Kirapak, Card Effects. There's a whole bunch on there. Simrigs as well. A whole bunch on there. Super Cheap Auto is the last one I'm thinking of. So all of those guys support us, and we actually they support me not only in the sim but also in the real world. We were racing at Eastern Creek this weekend, and they support me in both virtual and real world. So massive thank you to everyone. We can't get it done without them.
Thanks, Madison. See you next time.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff from Madison down. Another podium to add to many throughout his V8SCOPS career. But as he pointed out, visiting the podium for the first time in a solo round at least is Emily Jones, who joins us now. Congratulations, Emily. You've been in this series for quite some time. This must feel sweet after such a long wait.
It does. Yeah, it's been a really long time. I'm very good at coming like fifth and stuff, but I've never got a podium somehow. It kind of makes sense. I don't think I've been that fast, but it's nice to get one for the first time.
Well, wet conditions tend to mix up the results a bit, and you see drivers using certain elements of their skill set that they might not otherwise have the opportunity to. So, it seemed like you and the car just clicked once the track got sopping wet.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed racing in the rain, like in real life and also in the sim. Like, I think it's really fun, and I love it in iRacing. It's like my favorite part of iRacing is driving in the rain since it was released. I'm so sad it doesn't happen as often in both official racing and in league racing. But I was actually like, I was feeling pretty confident. Like I've been quite fast in practice in the wet versus teammates and stuff. So I was feeling quite confident, but I don't think I was actually that quick in the race. I think I was missing a bit of speed. I think I torched my tires. I was just burning through them way too hard, maybe just overdriving, but I'm happy to get third either way though. So yeah.
Yeah, consistency is key, and it seemed like you had more consistency than most out there. But top 10 in the championship coming into this round, it's a very welcome points haul.
Yes, it is. Top 10, that's good, I guess. I think, I've had some pretty average rounds and some up and down ones. I think the first race was Montreal. I think I got like 6 slowdowns or something in that race. So it's good to not be doing that badly anymore. And especially after the first race, I got kind of murdered at the hairpin. So it was nice to get a good clean second race.
Yes, we did catch that one live. Bit of a wipeout happening there, but regardless, the second race certainly made up for it. Hopefully, the form continues at the Bend next weekend. As I said to Ando, very quick turnaround. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
Honestly, all the TTR guys there for all their work building setups, and it's just always positive vibes to jump on Discord and have mates to do laps with, which is really nice. Also thanks to VRS Virtual Racing School for sponsoring us in the real world and also in the sim as well. It's lovely. And I don't know if I've got any of my stream viewers because I forgot to stream tonight because I am lazy, but if they're watching, thanks for subscribing as well. Yep.
Indeed. Shout out to everyone watching Emery on Twitch. Emily Jones with us there. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, that's going to conclude things for tonight's action, David, as we say our goodbyes to our podium getters. Another Trans-Tasman podium lockout, but coming into the Bend for the next round of the championship. We won't have long to wait to finally see V8s around here for the first time on the iRacing service.
Yep, it'll be good. Today was awesome. The mix of race lengths, the mix of the weather, and it just has us looking forward to going to Shell V-Power Motorsports Park at the Bend in Tailem Bend in South Australia in Australia.
On planet Earth, in the solar system, in the Milky Way, in the universe. Thanks very much for joining us, everybody, out there, wherever you've come from on the planet or in terms of streaming platform. We really appreciate you tuning in, and we hope to see you again next week. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me with Jake Kennedy behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons and making everything possible here on SimSpeed TV. See you next time.